Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of JUMPSTARTER 2026. Now, just as a gentle reminder, we will begin shortly, so can I please invite everyone to please join us at center stage. Yes, that's the main stage. Please come here and grab yourself a seat and get ready for what is to be offered for today. Everyone, we are beginning shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you very much.
So far, we invested about $100 million into 90 companies. More importantly, we attracted close to $3 billion co-investments. The most important thing is we groomed 7 unicorns, and these. So far, we invested about $100 million into 90 companies. More importantly, we attracted close to $3 billion co-investments. The most important thing is we groomed 7 unicorns, and these successful cases can be a very good inspiration for the budding entrepreneurs in Hong Kong.
AEF has been more than just a financial sponsor since the day one. This is where AEF networks and the ecosystem help us a lot, right? Including making connections to the right places at the right people, convincing the senior management this is a worthwhile thing to do.
AEF was our lead investor in our first round of funding. We truly feel that they're very sincere about betting on bold ideas, but also making impact. One thing I really appreciate about AEF is it's not just an investment fund, it's the full ecosystem.
Act fast and have the grit to continue to pursue your dream.
I think JUMPSTARTER 2023 was really exciting, first of all, and it was challenging as well because it's a global competition. The last thing I think is we learned a lot from the competition. Okay. The most significant difference is this competition is a global competition. We get to see how people pitch from all over the world. Pitching skills, describe or present our company better. We got some partners, got to meet some friends from the competition, different companies. Oh, they help a lot. So especially when we're in early stage, they really help to mentor us since the start, to help us kind of find our own way to do our own business. We are slightly different from traditional companies, so they help a lot for that. And also the fundraising part. Just try it, they will learn something or they will win something. Try it, fight it when you're young, I think. The deadline is coming soon. Don't miss your opportunity to jumpstart your dream.
At the forefront of the AI plus digital era, this is the place where entrepreneurial dreams take flight and ideas come to life. Welcome to Cyberport, Hong Kong's digital tech hub and AI accelerator. We empower industry digitalization and intelligent transformation to promote digital economy and AI development, fostering Hong Kong as an international AI, innovation, and technology hub. We, along with our tech community, through artificial intelligence, data science, blockchain, and cybersecurity, empower digitalization and digital innovation in industries. We connect startups with established enterprises and industries for growth and internationalization. Connect to investors and funds from Hong Kong, Chinese mainland, and overseas for investment and financing. And connect to the Chinese mainland and overseas markets. From nurturing young talents, driving innovation, to creating entrepreneurial success. Our experience makes us a strategic I&T flagship in Hong Kong at the heart of technology innovation that shapes our future. From Hong Kong to the world, Cyberport, your springboard to success.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us this morning and welcome to day 2 of the JUMPSTARTER 2026. So is everyone okay this morning? Feeling refreshed? Thumbs up. Let me know you're here with us. Like that. Thank you very much. Now, I hope everyone's rested, recharged, inspired, and ready to be even more inspired. Now, for another day of extremely bold ideas and the transformative conversations that we're about to have. Now, just a bit about yesterday, we explored the agentic era from every angle, pretty much. We went from AI customers to the humanoid workers, and we went to precision medicine and also the minds of the top investors by the end. Now, today, we're going to go even deeper into some of these topics. We're going to go into from talent and also the trust to community and then to sustainability. We're going to ask the questions that will define the next decade. What's the ingredients to that? So everyone, let's dive right in for that. Now, as AI reshapes how work is done for everybody, now the challenge is not really just about, reskilling. It's a lot more than that. It's rethinking pretty much the entire social contract that connects education, that connects employment, and also public policy. Now, how must our talent systems evolve to keep the humans relevant, productive, and to also be empowered in this AI-driven economy? Now, that's a lot of things to cover. Now, we also have to think about, going from policy frameworks to university models to corporate workforce design. Well, the question is, what needs to change? And who's going to lead? I think that's a big question. Now, to unpack this, everyone, let's welcome with me our panel, Mr. Arthur Scheck, Managing Partner, Hong Kong at McKinsey & Company. Please join us on stage. We have Professor Hing-Yan Chen, Head of the School of Humanities at HKU. Thank you for being with us. We have Mr. Pei-Chin Tay, Senior Policy Advisor at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. And last but not least, we have our host, Mr. Tommy Lowe, Founder and CEO at Preface. Please make yourselves at home, make yourselves comfortable on stage, and I will hand it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's actually quite cool to start today and this morning with the great talent we're wiring. Probably the top of the town, actually, particularly this week, everybody talk about OpenClaw. And then with OpenClaw, people are talking about, okay, what about personal assistants? What about different jobs? And just 2 days ago, when I was in Singapore, our partners actually in Singapore showed me that on the OpenClaw platform, they said when they deploy the project, they can actually deploy sub-agents. Let's say, when we build a website, now I can call a sub-agent and give them a persona that someone is called front-end engineer, someone called back-end engineers, someone will be called like content creators, and then they would do work in a parallel way. So in that scene, it actually somehow give a really good warm-up and preparation for me to think about today's sessions. We want to talk about talent rewiring. It looks like how AI and humans are going to work in the same workplace in the coming years is going to be a big topic. So I'm going to share a bit of, let me introduce myself. I'm going, when our host speak, you may introduce a bit of what you do. I'm pretty sure the combination of this panel is actually coming from education, from university, from the corporate. Arthur from McKinsey, Professor Chen from University of Hong Kong, and Pei Chin from policy from Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, and me as a host, Preface is a tech enabling company. We basically help organizations and governments and individuals to navigate the fast changing world. Okay, this is a crazily fast changing world. So what happened to to our talents? Just now we mentioned about the hybrid mode. It looks like we're going to have AI and human work together. So let me first go to Arthur. Okay, Arthur, not only you hire, you build team, and you advise companies. I'm pretty sure you're in a really busy seasons that companies are going to you for AI transformation. When they go to AI transformation, how do the companies establish their view on the future talents when they establish the AI transformation?
Thank you, Tommy, and it's a pleasure to be here. Just a little background. I manage McKinsey's business in Hong Kong, and what we do is we advise companies on strategy, operations, organization, M&A, and all these things. I would say in the past 16 years I've been with McKinsey, this AI trend is one of the most real business trends, which every single company is getting on board. In the past 2 years, there is no company which would not open their doors for a discussion if the discussion was about AI. But also interesting, even 2 days ago, I was with the financial secretary to talk about the budget, the 26-27 budget of Hong Kong, and I thought it would be a lot about the northern metropolis, offshore renminbi and all that. And then the FS, he himself brought up OpenClaw and talked about it for 15 minutes. So every company is talking about it and thinking about it, but I think only 5 to 10% of companies are really doing anything meaningful. And that's very normal. I think we're very early in the AI stage, right? People talk a lot about it, and all the CEOs and all the board members need to know about it because everyone is talking about it. But in general, I would say Hong Kong is a bit fast-following market at best. What I mean is I was in the US 2 months ago, and there a lot of companies are thinking about it at a different level. How do I make my company have half the number of people but operate at twice the speed? That's what the leading companies in the US are thinking about. In Hong Kong, it's not so much this. In Hong Kong, it's like, how do I make my employees use Copilot? How do I automate this task? So I think we're in a very, very early stage. I don't think companies know what the answer is, but everyone wants to hear what other people have to say. Maybe I'll just pause there. Yeah.
Thank you, Arthur. So you're sort of saying that developments of AI transformation in the States is slightly like more ahead than Hong Kong or than the Asia side?
Absolutely, I think so. And I would say to what the reason. In the US, everyone wants to do AI because if you put AI in your annual report, your stock price goes up. In mainland China, many companies want to do AI because it's clearly in the national policy. But in Hong Kong, where companies are a bit grappling with is what has been the ROI of the AI investments I've put it in the past 2 years, which is less obvious, but also starting to show some signs, including, I think, agents is a big step forward compared to the previous chat interfaces.
Thank you. So just now, when Arthur mentioned the stock price, and right now, you know what, the stock price are actually quite correlated to how you mentioned about AI and how you sadly replace human with AI in the States. If you look at Block, which is one of the biggest like payment company, it used to call Square. When the CEO make use of the AI reason and do layoff, then the stock price rose 24% in a week. Okay, so that's actually leading to the question I would like to ask about Beijing. Particularly, you would have a macro view of how different countries are doing. A month ago, less than a month ago, when the Singapore government mentioned a really important keyword, which is called, the Prime Minister from Singapore mentioned that we don't want jobless growth. Because the States, other than mention that example is when we have less job for certain enterprise, traditional enterprise, the stock price growth. So, but in Singapore, when they launched their, Singaporean government launched their reform, they don't want jobless growth. So that's why education and talent rewiring become a key factor. So, Pei-Chin, what do you see about it, and what are the countries that you can see would have a different policy direction?
So thank you, Tommy.
Thank you.
I'm very happy to be back here in Hong Kong. The last time I was here, there was a big typhoon, so I'm really happy to see the nice weather today. I think I would really agree with what Arthur is saying. I think this is a period of experiment, and we're still at the very beginning stages of understanding and how to optimize this technology. Maybe a little bit of historical context there. When electricity was first invented, right, in the past industrial revolution, everybody thought that it's going to increase productivity just like that. But it actually took like 20 years for people to really learn how to redesign the factory floors, their plant, to be able to optimize the use of electricity and to harness it for productivity growth. And I think that this is the period that we're seeing now as well. So you talk about how countries are dealing with it, and because I come from Singapore, maybe I can just use that example of how the country is really investing heavily in AI adoption, but I think crucially it's not just about using AI to automate tasks. The direction has to be about augmentation. So when we talk about augmentation, it's really about AI supporting humans. So I like to think about it in terms of, any Star Wars fan here? So we look at, the droids and the Jedi, nobody is taking over each other's jobs. They are working together so that they can achieve much more than each party can ever achieve on their own. So I think this is how we need to be thinking about manpower policy, and we need it to be strongly aligned with industrial policy. Also, just to give you another example, because before this role, I was working with the Mayor of London in the Skills and Employment department, and then the Mayor had this vision that by 2030, we will only have EV, right, vehicles, and there was a skills problem because we didn't have enough people to be laying those cables to ensure that there is a smooth transition to clean energy and EV use. So I think this is where we really need to be looking not just about skills, but also how do we ensure that it is aligned with industrial policy. And going beyond that, it's not just about skills, right? Because if you look at the labor market and if you look at it in a very simplistic term of just supply and demand, skills is just the supply side of the equation, and we really need to also be channeling a lot of effort and policy priorities into how do we stimulate the job creation side. And this is where the role of MSMEs really come into play, because in many economies, they are the engine of job growth and innovation.
Thank you. So now you mentioned about the demand and supply, particularly in Singapore. It looks like the demand is actually also, we have a strong government view that with the AI developments, there will be no jobless growth. So that somehow set the tone, right? Okay. Quite a lot of time when we see education, there is a view of education which is reverse engineering of what the future would look like. Say, in case 2028, 2030, we would want a society of the talents working with AI but no jobless growth, then university or schools would be redesigned accordingly. So now I would like to go to Professor Chen. Since you're running the schools of humanities at the Faculty of Arts, so how do you see the humanistic judgment would still be the comparative advantage in such an AI transformation?
Okay, thank you. The Faculty of Arts has been doing a lot of things to first to prepare our students for this AI era in the curriculum. Of course, to make students kind of AI literacy. We have to enhance that. And also we have to redesign our curriculum in a way to how to assess students. At the same time, AI makes education quite personalized. You can learn a lot of things, and then why coming to a lecture? So it's a huge impact on humanities. But on the other hand, we have to think it this way. If AI is a calculated intelligence, then I think humanities is cultivated intelligence. That's the important part of humanities. And that's why we think that we have to teach students how AI is ethically relevant, and to be reflective on the impact of AI in terms of culture, in terms of society, in the society as well. So I think that's what I just said, that if you talk about AI is calculated intelligence, humanities is the cultivated intelligence. We must cultivate students how to make judgment. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this cultivation part. When we say we need cultivated intelligence, that also leading to something that we see. Particularly this year, we can see that not just in Hong Kong, but also in university around the world, the placements of university fresh graduate into the junior roles are slightly more challenging than the usual time. Because particularly for someone that have 20 years of work experience, that persons use ChatGPT, use AI, with the right context, with the cultivated experience, then that person would provide better outcome. So that's why the placement market is actually challenging. That is something that I want to ask Arthur. What do you see? Because at the moment, we can make use of, we will go to the LLM model, ask the model to run some McKinsey style analysis, and it looks legitimate. What do you see about, it is just calculated intelligence as what Professor Chen said, or, so how do you see the juniors still need to go through the cultivation part? I know the junior time in McKinsey is quite well trained, and it's quite a tough part, right?
Thank you. No, I think this is a really important question, which frankly, I don't think anyone knows the answer now. We will see. But I'll say a few observations. Firstly, a lot of people are asking about what's the organization of the future, what does it look like, what does the pyramid look like, etc. I really don't think companies are planning for that at all. Companies mostly are short-sighted and they're thinking about, okay, what I'm going to do in the next quarter, in the next half a year. No one is planning about what could my company look like in 5 years, because you know what, who knows what is going to happen. That's first. Number two, companies are less, unlike in the US, generally in Asia, it's much harder to lay off people than to stop hiring people. So I haven't seen massive layoffs because of AI, including just because of people dynamics, legacy, just worry about things falling apart. So you don't really lay off the people. But I'm seeing companies hire a lot less people. So that's the second thing. I'd say the third thing is, indeed, AI can do a lot of analysis, content generation, etc. So humans need to focus on the human thing. I mean, in fact, if I think about this panel, I mean, you could just generate the question and go to AI. No one needs to sit here. No one needs to even come here. But I think there's something about humans, humans like to interact with humans. Humans want to hear the view of a human. At the workplace, the most important thing is you need to hold a human accountable for the work. So, for example, if a company were to hire us or anyone else, a big part of it is not just the answer, but it's that the client, the CEO, look into my eyes, someone's eyes, and say, you're not going to screw me. Or I know you're giving me the best advice. You look at your wealth advisor, which is not a robot, and you're saying, I trust that you're really, really helping me. And that does count, I think, in a more and more hybrid world.
Thank you. And with this hybrid world, then going back to Professor Chen, so what would be the weight of the human part and the calculation? Because in schools, we still we need to tell them that like how to use AI, how to use it more professionally. But then, what do you with what Arthur mentioned now, laying off is easier than hiring new talents. Then how do you consult? How do you consult the students?
I think it's similar to in university. I think some professors who are quite stubborn, they still tell students not to use AI. But I think it's very difficult to block students from AI, not just day-to-day life, in their day-to-day life or in doing their research. I think it's about how you use AI. It's not about whether you use it or not. So to answer that question is that I think when an employer is interviewing an employee, it's not about what they know, it's how they think. It's more about how they think. So I think in education, we should teach students how to think, encounter them with challenges, encounter them with problems at a very early stage, rather than just asking them to memorize facts. I don't think you need, because AI is so good in terms of storage of knowledge, but you need to have a human being there to ask those correct questions, to know how to pilot those questions and then create something new. Yeah.
Yes, because according to or what Arthur mentioned, because a lot of organization, particularly enterprise, could be short-sighted because they have their KPI on quarterly performance, at most annually performance. The CEO knows that they're going to be in the position for just another 2 quarters. Then most executives are choosing the short-sighted or the short-term goal, so that instead of cultivating the juniors, give them the experience. We might be facing an era that there will be a missing junior experience time. So do you recommend students going on to more, like any remedy, like more job shadowing opportunities, internships?
This is exactly what our arts faculty has been doing. We have been redesigning our internship. And also we have created all these industry experience courses for students to take, and so that students will have, as you said, this shadowing they will be, let's say they will have a trip to overseas to interact with real industry in their second or third year, and then do a final project, have a more extensive internship in their fourth year. So we are preparing students for that.
Great, thank you. So, Pei Chin, from the policy point of view, do you see governments, organizations are handling this or preparing? There might be a society problem that our juniors might not be getting the junior experience that they should have in the previous generations.
I think this is a very real problem, but I think first of all I wanted to just say that I concur with Arthur's observations that at the macroeconomic level, we're not seeing any AI disruption to jobs yet. But I think the more urgent issue is that of the social contract and how that is being disrupted because of the removal of the entry-level jobs, or rather the decline in current employment. So you asked about whether governments are, what are they doing about this? I think they're not doing enough about this, because I think this is, it is something that is, you're going to feel the effects maybe in a couple of years' time. So, the house is not burning down yet, and a lot of governments are still focusing their efforts to think about things like how do they manage things like AI sovereignty, right? So we talk to a lot of governments around the world. We advise governments in over 40 countries globally. A lot of them are grappling with issues around AI sovereignty, but I'm trying to get them to think about the more longer-term issues around the workforce disruption and social mobility disruption. So I think we really need to be pushing governments in a more urgent manner to guide them into thinking more around how do you augment the intelligence of your workforce? How do you steer companies away from just automating tasks to augmenting human intelligence, and precisely to the point around cultivating intelligence? Because a job is more than a bundle of tasks. There's a lot of things that the machines or agents are not able to do, things like human mentoring, decision making, exercising foresight, and so on.
Tommy, can I pick up on that?
Please.
So I think the question is always asked about the junior people and what's going to happen, and if you don't have the junior jobs, how do they become the middle managers, etc. I think it's all presumed on this current pyramid corporate structure, which has been in place for decades. Right? There's this pyramid structure where really people make decisions at the top, people do things at the bottom, and then the middle, basically people forward emails and push paper across desks. That's what is happening in most companies. I do think that could change. I also think that maybe in the future there isn't that much of this junior classification. I think there'll be a lot more entrepreneurs because people can just do things. I think there'll be a lot more slashers where people don't really care about this hierarchy. So we may not even think about it like this, right? What is going to how they're going to be apprentice. I think it'll be a bit more like even. I was thinking about this more, right? Politicians, right? You don't see this pyramid, but you just kind of see politicians, even if they start, they have their view, they kind of apprentice by a person, they do their thing, but it's not like this whole structure. And I think that could be something which would change, and if anything, it's changing in the smaller companies first, because ultimately large companies, it's hard to make changes. What Tommy said, people don't really want to make change. I'm the CEO, I'm retiring in 2 years, I don't want to do a big reorg. The benefits are going to come later after I retire anyway. But I think the newer companies, especially in the US, are really thinking about how do I make this a 10-person company and become a unicorn, which was unthinkable before.
Yes, particularly when the US is actually quite a market-driven economy. And so just now when we talk about long-term view and the short-term view, right? When it is like short-term, then the CEO and even government, you know that for certain governments, the tenure will be just another 3 years, 4 years. But now it's actually very good that we shift into the last theme of today. We want to try to talk about 2030. 2030 means it's exactly 4 years later. So even assuming I'm assuming office in the government, after 4 years, after 2030 is no longer me in the position. So, and that's why we have university, we have we have consultants, and we have policies here. We try to think about long term. Okay. One of, because what I have experienced and over the past months, not even year, have been people trying to compare different jurisdictions and different governments or city governments on their projects. One big mistake that most organizations may think about AI is, do you think AI is a 0 to 1 concept, just like digital transformation? We're doing digital transformation with an AI transformation. Digital transformation is 0 to 1. It's actually a stock concept. But then for AI transformation, because AI actually changes every 3 months, it's a flow concept. So we need some big change in our system or in our policy to achieve that. So the last question of today, I would like to ask every guest, what do you think about 2030? How do you think with your role, with Professor Chen from university, with Pei-Chin from policy, what do you see 2030 with the talents? How are they going to work with AI? Starting from Pei-Chin.
So as a policy advisor, I can maybe talk about it in terms of how governments need to redesign their services. Right now, governments are still very siloed, and they make policies, with a kind of longer term cycle. But that is not enough, right? Because we're living in a time of change and uncertainty. So I would like to see how, in terms of how governments make policies around talent, about manpower and industrial strategy, to act more like a control room. Being at the center of government and having access to all the data so that you can monitor trends, spot problems, and to address things and evaluate them in real time. So this is how I like to see governments being redesigned so that they can act in a more agile way to respond to some of these changes, as you mentioned. So AI should move from just being in a lab or being in an isolated ministry to moving into the core of government and become the foundational architect of how government functions and not just a sort of bolt-on short-term project.
Thank you. Professor Chen?
Yeah, as I said before, I think I also agree with Arthur. It's still too early to decide on anything. But as I said before, I think it's important to teach students or prepare students to cope with this. This kind of hybrid mode is not advantage anymore. It's survival. It's survival. You have to come into the job market with all these skills. But on the other hand, as I'm a composer, and I think the human part is still very important, because I have been confronted by questions saying that is AI is the end of creativity because AI can do all these things. But think it this way, if creativity is about risk, if creativity is about memory, if creativity is about reflection, I think it's still very human. Creativity is still very human. I think in future, creativity is co-pilot, but humans still take the lead. We have to convey this to students.
Thank you. Arthur?
On the government side, I think upskilling, of course, and investment in education will be important. I generally feel like it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, right? But in this case, we all have to learn the new tricks. But I think it's hard. And I think for every dollar the government puts in, putting it in earlier education, I think, has the bigger impact, right? And with Tommy, I firsthand saw how secondary students, when you give them the AI tools, when you give them the freedom, the kind of thing they are doing at 12, 13, 14 years old, vibe coding apps to do all sorts of things, and the creativity they have is amazing. Of course, the risk of that is also big, right? You give them the Ferrari to drive in, and it's kind of uncontrolled. But I do think that what will shape us in 2030 is more of even the younger generation and what they are going to do with AI.
Thank you, Arthur. So if I were to wrap up, it's actually, I don't need to convince you that this AI transformation is a big disruption. It's a big disruption of how we used to do things. So to quote some good examples that when we talk about education, a lot of school principals, a lot of educators around the world think that, well, since AI are here, so can we do mathematics plus AI, English plus AI? So which means we are not disrupting our core plus, we just add AI on top of it and it looks AI. So this is gonna be a big problem in case we don't deal with something real core. So in case it's a big disruption, so one example that I can recall would be the Hangzhou government and also the Beijing government, from the city level that they try to make a transformation with AI. Look at our kids. In case you have students you have a kids of 7 years old, in case we still go to university assuming that's 15 years later. By year 22, they're going to graduate from university. What kind of society they are seeing by 17 years or 15 years later? That's 2041. If we don't have a vision of how technology is disrupting that 2041, it would be difficult for us to drive change. So this is how we develop talents from 5 years old, 7 years old, 20 years old. I strongly encourage we need to establish vision first and have that vision re-engineer of what we do instead of just, when you talk about AI, then we do some AI and it looks good on the board to the PR, and it's not gonna help. Hopefully, this is a session that's helpful to all of you, and we all enjoy this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for that essential conversation. Yes, definitely. The future of work will really start with the future of learning. I completely agree. So before we send you off stage, let's snap a quick photo. I see that the photographer got his flashes. So everyone, let's just take a quick photo before we take a seat. Fabulous. Something to keep at the back of our mind. Yes, and you're right. It's not so much about being reactive, but actually thinking proactively. I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone, please take a seat. All right, and just a quick note before we begin, we do have AI real-time translation. That's for all the sessions happening here. So everyone, please do scan the QR code that you're seeing just on, actually around the venue, and there's a couple there. There's a booth right there. You can scan the QR code. You will be able to follow along in the preferred language, English, Chinese. You can do that on your mobile phone. I believe it comes out in audio. It comes out in text as well. So if you need a translation, there it is. Now, speaking of, well, we've built the AI tool. Now, we know that it's powerful, it's elegant, and it's ready, but there's a hard truth. If you build it, they may not come. That's a thing. Now, why do AI features often go so unused? And why isn't AI like a magic word that guarantees adoption? Well, today we're going to get some answers to those questions. So everyone, please welcome Ms. Eva Frischberg, Senior Behavioral Scientist at Irrational Labs, to expose the hidden psychology of AI adoption. Please.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. So, I already skipped a slide. Today we're going to be talking about why, even though every week when there's a new model that's smarter, better, faster, more agentic, there seems to be low uptake of these tools, both by workforce, but also by consumers themselves. So I'm not here to talk about how to build a better model, a better AI. I'm here to talk about what's happening psychologically that keeps people from using AI. And I have worked for 10 years applying the science of human decision-making to products and services across the US. Essentially, what I've worked on is worked with PayPal to increase bank linkages and expanding financial services. I've worked with LinkedIn to help users find jobs by creating better features. Worked with TikTok to reduce information, improved onboarding and conversion flows for things like Airtable. And in the last couple years, I've specialized in the adoption, integration, positioning, and pricing of AI products, because this is obviously what we're all moving towards as consumers. Also, the thing that I've seen consistently across clients is that people spend so much time investing in features that they think their users need, and less time thinking about how to integrate them into workflows, how to present them. And we know that AI delivers real performance gains, right? This is not the debate anymore. Across domains, across industries, AI helps people complete tasks more quickly, it helps people be more productive, make better decisions. The research is clear, right? We don't need to convince everyone at an AI conference that AI works. So you think that people would be lining up to use it in every situation. You think employees would want to be using it to improve their workflows. You think consumers would be using it for everything. And the other key part is that we actually know people intend to use it. So we ran a study with about 700 knowledge workers and asked them, do you think AI would improve your workflows? Do you think it would increase your task completion? Do you think it would help you? And we actually saw that 68% of people actually said, yes, I do think AI would help. I do think it would help me get more done, complete tasks. And then I said, okay, how often are you using it? And we found that only about 40% of people are actually using AI on a daily or weekly basis, despite having pretty high intentions. And as a behavioral scientist, this gap between what we say we want to do and what we actually do is the intention-action gap. And it's the same reason that we intend to save and that we don't. It's the same reason that we intend to walk more, lose weight. It's the same reason that consumers might actually look at your tool every day and be like, I should really use that, I need it, and actually not do it. And so if you're developing AI products, or if you are trying to roll out AI into your workforce, the actual competition for you is this gap between intention and action. So if it works and people want it, what's stopping them, right? And so we wanted to study this at Irrational Labs, and we had the chance at a financial conference to ask financial planners and experts. Most of the time when I'm invited to a conference, I try to experiment on the people in the conference. I didn't this time, but next time, watch out. And so I wanted to see if they had perceptions about AI that was driving their evaluation. So I said, okay, you have two friends, Alex and Taylor, and they sent you their financial details and the advice that they got. I would like you to just do what you typically do and evaluate this financial advice. Is it good? Is it useful? But I told half the participants that the advice was coming from Kendall Williams, a CPA with 15 years, so a human. And I told the other half that it was coming from a company called Kendall Finances AI. And I wanted to know, how much do you trust this advice? Do you find it useful? Do you find it relevant? Would you endorse it with your own CPA? And I essentially wanted to know, does the messenger matter? And what we found is that indeed it does, right? Despite the fact that this output being the exact same word for word, there was a difference in perception of how trustworthy it was. And this is interesting because sometimes AI outputs are less reliable, right? But this is the exact same advice, and we're seeing different results. Not only that, they also saw it as less personalized, they were less likely to endorse it, and so it's interesting that they had the same output, different messenger, completely different perception, and what that leads me to believe is there might be something at play besides just the actual content. But you might be saying, okay, if I was an expert in a field, I would be way more trusting of someone with 15 years of experience in my field. So we looked at consumers, and we asked basically the same question. We showed consumers product pages for things like Superhuman, Intuit, Microsoft Copilot, and we used AI labels. We said, here is the product page, review it. And half of them saw explicit AI labels, and half we had the same exact products and the same product descriptions, just not using the word AI. And what we wanted to know was, does this impact trust? Does it also impact how much you're willing to pay? Are you willing to pay more per month if you put an AI label on something? And what we found is something similar. And I know these look slightly different, but they're not statistically significant. So people were not willing to pay more for the AI labeled version. There was also no lift in trust. And I think this is particularly relevant because based on marketing, you would think that like slapping AI on your product is the move when everybody is selling AI products, right? Just saying that something has AI has this inherent value. But that's actually not true based on what we've seen. And in some cases, especially if someone is more experienced in the field, it might even make them trust the output less. And so there's obviously something going on here, right? You have the same tool, but no increase in willingness to pay, no increase in trust. You have the same output, financial advice, but no increase in trust and actually a backfire effect. So the real issue here is not the technology, it's the psychology. So what's happening with the psychology? What's happening in our brains to cause this? Well, my formatting got a little wonky. There's a fun study called the Ellsberg paradox. It's very old, some of you might know it. But essentially, the researcher said, if I give you $100 to pick out a red ball, which bag would you choose? And one bag had 50-50 clear split between red and blue balls, and the other one, you didn't know what was in it. So show of hands, who would pick the 50-50 split? What about the unknown? Yeah, so more folks, obviously, would choose the 50-50 split. And this is interesting because every single time people pick from the bag where they know what was in it, even though the hidden bag, the unknown bag, could have all red balls, right? But we will always sacrifice potential upside just to avoid the unknown. It's a common characteristic. Human psychology is full of it, where we hate ambiguity. We're very risk averse. So why does AI feel so ambiguous? Why is this a driving feature? Well, there's output uncertainty, right? AI tools are new. They're getting, more uniform, but I don't know exactly what's going to come out if I use this tool, especially for the first time. I don't know what's going to come out when I prompt AI for something. I don't know if it's going to give me a useful literature review of the market or not, right? Also, time uncertainty. I have no idea how long I'm going to have to invest in training this tool, this agent, to be effective up front. I also, verification tax is essentially, I don't know how many times I'm going to have to check that there's errors for this to be a usable output. And then social risk. And this one's really interesting. Essentially, there was a study that just came out with like 4,000 employers, and they asked, is there differences in how people perceive their employees when they use AI publicly? And they actually found that employers rate people using AI regularly as less competent, more willing to cut corners, less reliable. And that's really interesting, right? Because you're encouraging the workforce to use it, but there's all this ambiguity. And the question that most people think that they're asking is, do you want to use this tool, right? And really what you're asking is, do you want to use this tool and override all of these cognitive biases that are at play? So knowing the psychological landscape, the solution becomes a little bit clearer. You actually have two separate problems. The first one is to get someone to try a tool, and the second is to get them to keep using it. I will say that most products focus on the first one and forget about the second. A ton of energy is put into pushing the tool out and then hoping it sticks, right? But let's start with the first one. So there's a fun study where researchers basically asked people, is this poem written by AI or human? Can you tell if this poem is written by an AI or a human? And which do you think you would like better? And most people said, obviously, yes. AI poems are robotic. They use em dashes all the time. I can definitely tell. And they showed them poems and then asked them to say, was this AI? Was this human? And then evaluate what you liked better. And interestingly, people thought the AI-written poems were written by humans and liked them better. So They said it was like more emotional, the AI poem. They said it had better structural quality. They said there was better atmosphere. People can't actually tell the difference, and they thought that these AI written poems were written by humans. So they liked AI better, they just didn't know it. And that's basically what we call the experience gap. Most people's opinion of AI is based on what they've heard or what biases they have, not what they've actually felt or experienced. So when you let them experience it directly, the bias often disappears. And the implication for AI is stop trying to describe your AI feature in detail. Stop trying to spend all of the time marketing it to the right people. Just get it in front of them and allow them to try it. Because once they experience the value, it actually hurts to lose it. This is one of my favorite phenomenons in psychology, which is loss aversion. Essentially, the pain that I feel psychologically is twice as bad as the equivalent happiness that I feel for the same value. So it hurts more when I lose $100 on the street than when I find $100 on the street. This is extremely common across different types of items and value. And instead of telling users what they stand to gain, allowing them to experience the product and then taking it away is actually most effective, because when you leverage loss aversion, it drives people to want to retain it. They do not want to lose something that they already have. And there's a few good examples that I've seen in products that do this. And the pricing strategies that you take will be dependent on leveraging loss aversion. But one of them is low usage limits and base. So Grammarly does this thing where I'm writing paragraphs, I'm sending an email to my boss, right? And I'm getting my typos and my grammar fixed automatically, and then on the third paragraph, it stops. It says, you have to upgrade to keep using this. So now the status quo is that I've been relying on it, and it's doing something already. And it's saying, do you want to rely on your own poor spelling and grammar now moving forward? And that's psychologically painful, right? I don't want that. So it's saying, you're already using this, and now it's stopping. That's a painful psychological experience. The second is Airtable, which is a project management and relational database tool. They give you a 14-day trial of the premium experience up front. So essentially, all the hard things that I have to do to build my relational database are easier because I'm using the AI tools. And then it says, do you want to downgrade or keep going? And it feels like a loss. And so that's more effective than promising and contextually upselling at every moment, being like, do you want to do this faster? Do you want to do this better? Instead, just let them do it better and then ask if they want to keep doing it. So we've got someone to try the product by closing the experience gap. But the funny thing about AI is that it actually isn't immediately that valuable for a lot of people. It takes using it regularly and incorporating it into my workflows for me to see value. So how, from a psychological lens, do you increase perceived value? So one of my favorite stories is that in the 1950s, Betty Crocker came out with this cake mix that had everything in it, and it wasn't selling. Nobody was buying it. And so they made one small change, which was to add an egg, and then they had huge sale increases. And this is interesting because nothing about the cake changed, but now people feel like they've made it. It's homemade, I wasn't lazy, there's part of me in it, right? And this is called the IKEA effect. It's the same reason that we're weirdly more attached to the IKEA furniture that we poorly assemble than if we buy it pre-assembled. It's just that we increase our perceived value when we increase perceived ownership. And so AI has this problem. If the output just appears fully formed instantly, people feel disconnected from it and they are harder on it. They judge it more harshly. But the fix is basically let them do something. Let them pick the tone. Let them refine a prompt. Let them work with AI over a few iterations. For instance, you probably don't care about this image at all, but I like this image because I worked on it. It still needs a little bit more work, but I went back and forth refining this over and over again, and now I feel proud of it. I feel like it's mine. And that is aligned with what we see in the research. A study out of Germany found that perceived value and willingness to pay of AI images is higher when humans are involved in the co-creation. And you can see this with the way that Claude is developing as well. They used to just kind of give you outputs more quickly because they thought that everybody wanted quick results. And now they're doing this thing where they ask you follow-up questions to really make sure they understand what you want. And that makes me part of the output. The other way to increase perceived value is to constrain the use case. So one research study allowed for two groups to basically write poems. And for one group, they said, write whatever you want, doesn't matter. And the other one, they said, write whatever you want, but you have to use the word mouse. And then they had these third-party judges evaluate how creative and useful and good the poems were. Which group was more creative? The second group actually was much more creative, and that makes sense, right? I hope you soon feel better than a mouse with 1,000 pounds of cheddar. A lot better than whatever this is. I will write you a letter to help you feel better. So why does this relate to AI? We're actually better at evaluating success when it is constrained. When I know what success looks like, I can confirm it more quickly. If I say to you, I'm a behavioral scientist, I can help your company. That's not easy to evaluate, but if I say I'm a behavioral scientist with 10 years experience and increasing conversion for first-time users during onboarding flows, it's like, okay, now you know that I could maybe do that, right? And we see this in the product world too. Alexa and Siri are essentially the same product. They're AI assistants. But Siri gets so much hate. People really dislike this product. And part of it is because it was marketed as something that could do everything. They basically said, it's your AI assistant in your pocket. Whereas Alexa came out and they said, use this to turn on the lights. Use this to listen to music. Use this to check the weather. And then I can actually evaluate success. So even if your AI product can do everything, lead with what it does well first. So now we know how to get people to try AI. How do you get them to keep using it? So why do we brush our teeth? Most people think it's because we care about our dental health, but really it's because we get an immediate benefit of our mouth feeling clean. I also have, long-term cardiovascular health if I worked out every day, but I don't do that. So it's basically saying that we need to have a cue in our environment, like walking into the bathroom and seeing your toothbrush. I need to do the response, which is brushing my teeth, and then I need the reward, which is to feel fresh in the morning, right? And when we build AI products, we also need to have things that are built into our workflows. We see over and over again in the data in behavioral science that any step, click, page that you add onto a flow to get someone to do something, you'll have people drop out. And so if you rely on people needing to go find the cue, it just won't work. And then your reward is that this actually has to deliver value. You need to immediately benefit from what the tool is doing. What's the most effective way to walk more? Does anybody know? It's buying a dog. Like, you could think that it's like to listen to podcasts about working out or starting a little accountability group with your friends, but actually what's going to get me outside, it's a one-time decision that I can't take back, right? I guess you could give up the dog, but it actually locks in our repeated behavior. And so the environment beats motivation. If you are asking people to do something again and again every day, it's ineffective at building a habit. But if you change it where the status quo is this behavior, they do it. And GitHub and Copilot do this really well, where essentially I'm already working in this code. Every time a developer writes code, Copilot just suggests improvements right there in the same window. So you don't open a new tab, you don't go looking for it, it's already there providing value. And my favorite app of all time is this note-taking tool, Granola. And this is really effective because the cue is that I'm about to start a meeting. I just set it up at the beginning, and it is attached to my Zoom, my Google Meet, and every time I'm about to have a meeting, it says, do you want me to take notes? And so I'm not making a decision to use it, right? It is coming to me, and all I have to say is yes. If a user has to remember to use your product, they won't. So if you want to build AI products that people actually use from a behavioral science perspective, the first is closing the experience gap. Let users try your product first, spend less time describing it and more time actually letting people use it. Let users add their own egg. Let them contribute to the output. Let them upfront decide what tone they want to use, how they want to refine it, what their goals are. Constrain the use case and lead with one thing that your product does really well. And then change the context. Make it the default, not an additional step. Because what we're seeing for the teams that are winning here with AI products is actually not those that have the best models. It's those that understand the decision-making context that people are in and integrate it into their workflows. Because the technology works, it's getting better all the time. The thing that stands between AI and adoption is actually us. Thank you all so much. Please reach out if you want to discuss any of these things and check out Irrational Labs. We build features that people use. We do a ton of qual research, prototyping, feature adoption. I'll leave this up here, but please reach out if you want to connect, and if you're thinking about these things, I would love to chat with you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Eva. Very, very powerful reminder that even the smartest and the best technology needs to understand the humans that is actually using it, and that getting people to try your AI is only really half the battle. Now, because once they try it, now, how do you make them keep using it? Now, how do you turn a novel AI feature into an indispensable daily habit? Now, that's exactly what our next speaker will go right into. From adoption to design in 2026, AI success requires a fundamental shift from algorithms to what Tony Wong calls it, the human fit. Now, how do we move beyond the hype and design AI products that people actually want to use? How do we turn experimental AI into essential high adoption business assets? Everyone, to answer that question, let's welcome Mr. Tony Wong, partner at IDEO, for a strategic roadmap to AI product maturity. Can I please have Tony on stage? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here this morning. So let's dive in. The title of my talk today is Human Fit, Not Hype, Designing for AI, Product Maturity and Strategic Adaptation. My name is Tony Wong. I'm about to share some thoughts around taking this notion of designing AI product and maturity. First, maybe some background about me. I was trained as an industrial designer and have been in the field of design innovation for the last 25 years. Sorry, the speaker note is a problem. I'm a partner in the global design innovation firm called IDEO, and I've been running the China business for the last decade. IDEO started in the Silicon Valley, and we've had a very long history of helping companies to think about technology adaptation. I'm going to share a very old story. About 40 years ago, for those who are old enough to remember, there's this thing called the graphical user interface. And if you're like me, who saw the first version, it kind of looked something like that, right? So the younger audience will probably find that quite elementary, shall I say. So we were very fortunate to be part of the team that created the very first mouse. And in many ways, it's a tech adaptation using design as a tool, if you like, to turn technology into a usable and, I dare say, delightful user experience. Now, before I turn into how we would do something similar at the age of AI, I want to kind of acknowledge that adaptation is already happening today, especially in this platform where this is a room full of investors and entrepreneurs, that for tech adoption to happen, there needs to also be business innovation and strategies that is key to enabling mass adoption. The human lens that I'm about to share today needs to work alongside that, right? So for those who live in China, will probably have heard of this story. A lot of us have downloaded the Alibaba app in order to order bubble tea, right? So this is a business experiment in order to force or to enable and to encourage adaptation. That alone is not enough, and I think what I'm about to share needs to work alongside this in order for it to stick. So let's dive into this idea of human fit for the adaptation. First, I want to introduce an idea of a framework around this notion of cycles. I'm a consultant that advises business owners and companies on how to think about adaptation. I often use this as a framework to ask a series of questions to think about where they think AI adaptation is across these 4 levels. There's the economy, there's a category, there's a company, and there's human fit. Many questions, I won't dive into all of them, but I want to give you an example of what I mean by this. First, the economy. Before I start any project or to do anything, I ask them, hey, in the economic level, I ask them, where do we sit in the spectrum between we're at the racing towards frontier dominance, or are we racing towards profitable applications? Where does the spectrum sit economically? Second area that I ask them is in your category as a business. I ask them, rather, as a category, is AI currently replacing human, or are they enhancing human? On the company level, I ask, in your particular company, are you looking to use AI to create new offers and potentially new business models? Or are you looking to actually use AI to improve on your existing products, knowing it's going to be built and monetized through your existing business models? And lastly, human fit. Do you want your AI offer and solutions to drive new behaviors? Or are you looking to create solutions that blend in and integrate into people's behaviors? Now, these are the type of questions that I typically ask a client before we even start thinking about how to think about AI adaptation. And what I find really interesting is that we are all probably consuming more media than we can handle. And what is very apparent to me is that we all somewhat wake up to very similar headlines in the morning. That would imply on these 4 levels that capital is being deployed to all race against a frontier dominance. All categories, no matter what business you're in, tend to be all about replacing human. And that every company owner are thinking about creating new offers and new business model. We need to have a vision and to really think about the future is going to be really different. And that human will have to adapt to whatever new behaviors that our offers is going to give them. In other words, I mean, most of my conversation tends out to be like, well, AI is kind of like towards heading like Judgment Day, the end of the world's coming. Now, I want to acknowledge the fact some of those might be true, but I think in breaking down the discussion on these 4 levels, it has often given me a lot of my clients some new perspectives on that. Well, not all of the stuff that you read on the headlines is going to be true. And to get more nuance about in each of these levels, where do they believe we are in the cycle of evolution, and subsequently be more constructive around what we can do now. So a lot of my conversation then will be able to focus on the what and the how we should think about AI adoption today, right? And now again, I want to caveat this. I'm not saying we shouldn't have a vision, right? But what I'm also seeing is that right now this topic feels very daunting. It's so big, so futuristic, such complex system change. So how do we actually begin to think about the next step, the second step, and how to really begin to build and use a more build-to-think approach to figure out what that future looks like? Now, today, I want to share a case study of a company that is really far away from the headlines that I just talked about today in how they think about these 4 areas. They think on an economic level, we are now at a place where we need to be racing towards profitable applications. So not just front-end research work, but really, how do we begin to make money? In their category, they believe AI is going to play a big part in enhancing the workers, the human that is already in the system. They believe in their particular company, you need to use AI to improve on their existing offering. Their current business model is great, their product is doing well, they need to use AI to improve on them. And lastly, human fit. They believe their product should integrate into the workers or the users' kind of existing behaviors. So very different to how, what a lot of the companies tend to be thinking about AI adoption right now. The company that I want to talk about is called Jack. Most of us probably have not heard of them, but yet they are the biggest apparel equipment manufacturer in the world. I would imagine a good percentage of the audience in this room, the clothes that we're all wearing, are probably kind of being put together by them. Now, before I dive into the case studies, I just want to maybe share two key contexts in the apparel manufacturing industry. So two things. Clothes are getting harder to make. The innovation in fabrics and cuts for things like sports apparel, right? All those like wonderful Lululemon stuff that you're wearing is actually much, much harder to make than before. And as a result, it requires much longer training time to make these clothes. The second thing is the fact that it is now actually much harder to get workers into the factories for apparel manufacturing. There are many kind of alternatives for these young workers right now. A good example of that will be delivery. Delivery services are taking a good number of these young talent to work away from these factories. So with these two kind of key contexts in mind, the company that Jack, is looking to create a new brand of AI equipment that does these four things on these four levels, right? Because it is racing towards profitable application, it applies proven technology that's available today into the product. It's not about researching new technology, it's about taking what is available and putting into the existing products. They want to make their product easier to train the workers because of this complexity in the clothing that I talked about. How can we complement the workers? And in turn, improve the productivity. And lastly, making workers feel more valued, right? How can it be a more competitive role for young workers who work in this apparel manufacturing? So the work that we've done with them, we created this new brand called R2. And IDEO have worked with Jack to develop the brand, all the different touch points, the software, the hardware, and the human droid. It doesn't do any karate kicks. It really works alongside people in order to put together those really complex manufacturing of clothing. And then also the communication plan. This brand and product were all launched last September. Today, I'm not going to go into the details of exactly what we designed. For those who are interested, I would encourage you to go into the ideo.com website to find out more about it. But coming back to the point that I want to make here is that R2 as a brand combines widely available proven mechanical robotic components and sensors, which is widely available in China in the context of where it is in its development. It's in the service of making the equipment more individualized and subsequently easier to use for the young workers, less training time. In turn, improve the productivity, and lastly, also making manufacturing feel more kind of professional and respected as an industry. So in many ways, this is an extreme example of how to take AI adoption with a more immediate business lens. So I hope this example has given you a sense of how, by engaging the cycles questions across these 4 levels, it can help my clients to make AI adaptation feels less daunting. Because before this conversation, it was just like we need to integrate it in all levels and all now, near, far future. But by having that conversation, it creates this level of clarity in AI adaptation tasks that makes it doable. So with this, I want to leave you with some questions in the cycle framework that I'm sharing today that might help you to think about what might be the more effective way as you think about AI adaptation for your business in your category today. First, on the economy level, what does the economic cycle make urgent or valuable at this particular moment? Are you over-investing in the future too soon? That's a question that I think very few people have asked. Category. Where is your category in its cycle, and what is the market ready to adapt? What are they ready to adapt? What is the gap between the technology readiness and the change required in the infrastructure in your category? Everyone worry about technology. Everyone worry about the design of how to make that usable for people. What a lot of people forget is, as a category, there are many other things in the system. And what does it require for change in that system to work alongside this technology? Is your category really ready for that? Company. Where is your company in its cycle? What can it credibly offer now? What type of AI solution is believable coming from you as a company? What is your brand association with this type of offer? Lastly, human fit. What role should design play now? Is it discovery, or is it really about adaptation? Now, I think AI adaptation succeed or fail based on whether you can correctly diagnose this kind of adaptation task. Adaptation is not one problem to execute, and it's 4 levels of change to diagnose. Before designing how to design for AI adaptation, I think you need to diagnose what kind of adaptation problem we actually have. As AI matures, how do we avoid over-investing our attention in an imagined future while under-investing in lived realities, questions, and the choices that's already affecting our presence today? I hope this framework is useful, and as you think about AI adaptation for you and for your business. Thank you. I actually have a lot more of these thoughts on my Substack, so I'm happy to have more conversation online. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Please be seated. Yes, human fit over hype. Definitely agree with that. That's a mantra that I think every single builder should carry with them every single day. Now, another quick note before we begin. Now, we have AI real-time translation available for all of our sessions here. So, of course, that's what these QR codes here are for. And there's also a booth there that you can scan the same QR code. You'll be able to follow along in your preferred language, English or Chinese, on your mobile phone. Now, moving on. What if the truest path to superhuman AI isn't a bigger language model? What if it's not that way, but a robot that learns by doing? Now, today we explore the second path to AGI, not through stored knowledge, but through autonomous interaction with the physical world. Now, for that, everyone, let's welcome with me Dr. Junlong Gao, Chief Architect of the Embodied Intelligence Lab at Damo Academy, to introduce the Rhymebot platform and also the future of embodied intelligence.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And thanks to JUMPSTARTER's invitation. And today, we're not talking about software or algorithm upgrades. We're talking about the next generation and next evolution of physical AI. The embodied intelligence, an inevitable arena for artificial intelligence. Yeah. Let's look at the trajectory of AI. The generative AI models generating text, code, images, and videos fascinatingly with higher quality and speed. And we are witnessing agentic AI like Manus and OpenCloud. They are taking over software working flow autonomously. And if we change dynamic actions from digital environment to the environment governed by gravity, frictions, and so on, then the physical AI sets sail. Here is a thing, the embodied AI. We're not just add some robot arms to large language model. We are entering the AI 3.0. The robots serves as intelligent terminals, generating, collecting, and feedback multimodal data. And this is the first principle scheme to generating AGI and to approach AGI, which is perfectly aligns human being, how humans' intelligence develops. And also, the physical AI's market size is thrilling and astonishing. By our PwC recent research, the physical AI makes over 3.5 trillion Hong Kong dollars globally in 2030. And only in autonomous driving, it hits 1.5 trillion Hong Kong dollars global market. And from industrial and smart infrastructure to humanoid and service robots, and to aerospace and defense, entertainment and healthcare and medical. The physical AI and embodied AI hit over 2 trillion Hong Kong dollars globally in 2030. Now, the market is clearly and articulated, and the hardware capability is developing very fast. During the last few years, a lot of companies developed and deliver their humanoid robot products, not only by Boston Dynamics, the Unitree, the Fourier, the AGI Bot, the Galaxy, the Tesla, and so on. And moreover, the robots are already on the move. The breakthroughs in gross motor tasks like dancing, martial arts, and parkour are blurring the line between human and machine. The Chinese companies is currently definitely leading the world-class development of the hardware. Yeah. Okay. However, the big moves mastered, the delicate tasks remain, because in our daily tasks, the fine manipulation, which is really needed in business and commercial scenarios, like the task successful rate and execution efficiency, the last mile remains long. In these videos, we can see just like when the robots dealing with like making a cup of coffee or sorting your table, the speed up at the Sunday is 5 speed up, and the pi is 100 speed up. So it's dramatically like behind the human worker. So why is this happening? And what should we do? The scaling law and the physical CASP, which means the emergence and the scaling law in physical AI is still seeking. Not like the scaling law also already approved by the digital AI, just like GPT, Queen, and DeepSeek, and they consume a lot of digital data and growing very fast. However, the physical AI cannot reach that and scaling law, all the society is currently developing and seeking it. And there are a lot of challenges in exploration of physical AI scaling law. For instance, we probably need full modality data, and currently like charge, like heat, like temperature, and other modality is not integrated into the system yet. And we also predict high collection cost and low efficiency. Also, all the society, we predict maybe we need 1 million hours high quality data to reach emergence of this physical AI. However, it's not being improved yet. And also, the system currently made low maturity of full research and development stack integration. The research and development efficiency is low. And the model need accurate cognition, cultural reasoning, and real-time behavior. And also the simulation, the sim-to-real gap, we cannot testify our method in the simulation environment very clearly and very efficiently. And the AI talent is very small group. Currently, all the society embodied AI, the researchers to deliver and research embodied AI is very shortage. And only maybe less than 10,000, yeah. And that's why Damo Academy is here. To solve the bottlenecks, our first solution is to deliver the infrastructure problem. We develop Rainbow embodied AI platform, the all-in-one end-to-end development platform, which from data collection, model fine-tuning, simulation verification, and end SDK for deployment. Just like a kitchen full of ingredients, the developers will only have to focus on their ideas and their mathematics and their hypotheses to develop their embodied AI models and their applications. And inside of our platform, we embedded two game-change technologies. The first one is Ring RCP. We are the first open-source robotic context protocol for complete hardware-software decoupling. We provide standardized access to protocol to access sensors, models, actuators simultaneously, and we provide robot motion module to translate higher AI model outputs into smooth physical movements. And the second, we deliver Rainbow Foundation Model Series. Focus on embodied cognition, our Rain Agents series, and manipulation, Rain VLA series, and also the pioneering next generation local manipulation behavior foundation model, just Rain BFM. In the Rain VLA series, we focus on using the human data, video, the egocentric data, and robotic data to developing the human-like, smooth, and better transfer models like series VLA 001 and 002. And currently, we are developing our VLA 003 using another data type. And also the physical agent, we are trying to solve the problem to understand the physical world and how to plan in the higher tasks and how to accelerate what the cooperation from the big brain into the small brain. And in the Rain VLA, we are forging the path with integrated video action and action word models. And we are the industry pioneer to research the two kind of methods in the last year. Ahead from the NVIDIA, the Horizon Robotics, and group. And the RainBrain series is our most powerful open sourced foundation model for spatial intelligence and embodied understanding. It's our first open source MOE embodied foundation model. It's use only 30B parameters to beat the 72-bit, which delivered by Beijing Humanities Innovation Center, and our model is only with 3B activated parameters. And we hit the SOTA overcomes to the Google Gemini Robotics ER 1.5 across key benchmarks, just like Robot Spatial, Rev Spatial, and ERQA. Now here is our rim-brain ability demonstrations. Firstly, it understanding the command and make it into a higher task planning. Then it use sensor input to make a high understanding of the scenarios and makes a perception of all the ingredients or components in this scenario. And then it will generate affordance point guidance for the VLA or the small brain models. Yeah, the rim-brain models generate task planning commands and generate trajectory and generate affordance point to get the robot to do its tasks. Yes. And facing the massive market size physical AI, the Damo Academy or any company solely cannot conquer the market alone. So the Damo Academy do not create a closed ecosystem. We open sourced our brain model, we open source our RCP, we open source, we provide our platform. And we welcome every one of you to join us to create and to solve all the applications and conquer more scenarios and bring physical AI and embodied intelligence into a commercial use more and more fast. And we try to seek the scaling law of physical AI together. Welcome on board with RainBot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gao. Thank you. Please be seated. Yes, please be seated. The future of intelligence isn't just in the cloud itself. It's walking, it's learning, and it's also interacting right beside us. Now, in the age where AI can generate infinite content at the click of a button, now, the question is, what can't be copied? Now, anyone can create, but anyone can publish, you can say that, but belonging, that's another story. So today, there's 3 legendary builders that's going to join us on stage, and they will explore how belonging becomes one of the most defensible assets a founder can possibly build. Now, in 2026, they're here to tell us what still holds and what needs to be completely rethought. So everyone, please welcome Mr. Ray Chen, CEO of Meme Strategy and co-founder of 9gag. Thank you so much. And we have Mr. Patrick Lee, co-founder and founding CEO of Rotten Tomatoes, and Mr. Kun Gao, founder of GGWP and Crunchyroll asset. And we also have, of course, very important, our host, Ms. Rachel Lee, Director of Blockchain and Digital Asset at Cyberport. All right, looks like everyone found their seats, and I'll hand it over to all of you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to our panel. In 2026, AI is rewriting content, culture, and connection. So we would like to ask, what still matters, and what must we completely rethink? And today, we're very honored to have 3 legendary builders who have scaled culture and outlast trends across anime, gaming, meme, and filming. And just the first very quick question. Can you share a little bit more about yourself and your company and what makes you focus on community as a key business engine rather than just the product itself? Yeah, just a freestyle one. Maybe we can start with Ray and all that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ray. I make people laugh for a living. Yeah. My co-founder and I started a company called 9gag 18 years ago, and it's a platform for people to share memes and other funny stuff. And then last year, we bought a public company in Hong Kong called Meme Strategy, trying to do something related to culture, financialization, blockchain, all kinds of interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm Patrick. For me, I've always loved community. I've been doing it since even high school. I ran a bulletin board system, which is almost like a website where one person calls in at a time. Did Rotten Tomatoes. For a while after Rotten Tomatoes, I was actually in Hong Kong for about 6 years. I was doing a site called Alive Not Dead. Now I'm building another community called Venn that's getting the best builders and creators and talent together at the intersection of tech and entertainment. So for me, I've just always loved community. I always liked getting people together and trying to also build a business around that as well.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kun, and I founded Crunchyroll. And whenever you build something that has a lot of consumers, inevitably community becomes potentially a very important part of what you're doing. And after Crunchyroll, I started GGWP, which uses AI to make a safer place for communities.
Thank you so much. And I can see that each of you built a community in a different space. And what do you think are key elements to build communities that are not easily replicable? Shall we start with Kun this time? Thank you.
Sure. So I'll talk a little bit more about how the Crunchyroll community came about. And when we first started Crunchyroll, we didn't really have a community in mind. Because Crunchyroll is a streaming service, so you just go to Crunchyroll and you can stream content. And how the community started was we needed a way to communicate to everyone that's using the service. And it didn't make a lot of sense to have just a direct message to them. We also wanted them, our viewers, to give us feedback. And so we built a very simple bulletin board system. And we started with just a very simple topic, introduce yourself. And then after that, every time we have major updates about the website, we then gave notice to our users, and then we asked them for feedback. Things like, what features should we build next? Or what shows do you like to watch? And as we were starting to make these posts ourselves in the beginning. What ended up happening was some members of the service started posting their own topics, and then others kind of joined them. And then over time, a community just inherently formed. And I think what was really interesting and powerful about that is the community initially started as really a way for us to communicate with them, but then became their way of communicating with each other. And in doing that, we built a lot of trust with our community and with each other. And the community actually became one of the core, if not maybe the reason why Crunchyroll ended up succeeding was we started as a user upload service, meaning that users can contribute their anime and then other people can watch their anime, kind of like YouTube. And at some point, we realized, okay, we actually need to go license content. So then we went and licensed content. But when we went to license the content, one of the things that we basically agreed to was the service can't be YouTube and Netflix at the same time. It needs to be completely licensed. And so we basically set a date, like January 1st, 2009, we had to take off everything that was user uploaded and then only put on licensed content. And when we did that, we basically had to tell the community what was happening. And so we shared what we were thinking. We said, hey, we really need to move forward, and this is the only way to move forward. And the service is going to be really bad because instead of having all the anime in the world, you're going to have like 8 shows. But it's okay because every quarter after that, we're going to get more and more shows, and this is really the only way moving forward. And when we started that topic in the community, we actually saw a lot of people started debating each other, and some people were like, oh, this is so terrible, I'm not going to ever come back. And some people were like defending us and saying this is the only way forward. We really need to support Crunchyroll if we want anime to be to be popular. And so what ended up happening was the community was such a core part of it, and the community was becoming its own content. So even though there's only like 8 shows to watch, people came just to be able to talk about the shows, to talk about what's happening to the community, to talk about what's happening to our service. And then I think the coherence of the community was ultimately what helped Crunchyroll survive through some of those really tough early days.
Yeah, I mean, with Rotten Tomatoes, when we ran it, we had some of the most active movie forums on the internet. We had basically a message board for every actor, every movie that came out, and every once in a while you would have films like Memento, which had kind of people would debate the ending on that thing like crazy, and so we had just crazy traffic on some of those kinds of movies. We've had, I'm sure Crunchyroll's had it too, I'm sure, but like people would get married with people that they met on these message boards. It was really important for us at the time when we were running it to have that constant feedback from users to let us know what's working, what's not working, what they wanted, and for them to also spread things by word of mouth. So Rotten Tomatoes, a big part of our traffic, besides like search engine optimization, was word of mouth, was people telling other people about it, and having a very active, engaged community was super critical for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Patrick and Kun, they're very experienced builder. I would take a different approach to answer the question. I feel like community building is like teenage sex, right? Yeah, I think that's yeah. Everyone talks about it. Nobody really knows how to do it. Everyone thinks that everyone else is doing it. That's why they claim that they're doing it. Right? I think community building, to put it very simple, in a very simple way, is basically you talk to people. And then you also encourage other people to talk to each other. Right? And by doing that, you can continue to iterate your product so that you can build something that they like, they love, and then they tell more people about it. I think that's the core aspect of it, right? But honestly, I think, yeah, Patrick and Kun, they explain it very well, yeah.
Thank you, thanks. And I also see that Ray recently launched a tokenized investment fund on Pokemon trading cards. Would you be able to share a little bit more about the rationale and how is it going and any impact to the future Pokemon trading card community? Thank you.
Yeah, the Pokemon trading card fund is for professional investors only, right? So I should not talk about it too much on stage. But the vision that we have is collectible is a growing market, right? With billions dollars of like market size, but it's still a very personalized hobby, right? We believe that it's going into a very legit like asset class. That's why we want to bridge the modern finance, institutional capital with collectibles. That's why, hey, if you believe that, okay, Pokemon card or like sports card, they are going to grow in value and in long-term as a long-term investment, right? But you don't want to manage your cards. Then we launch a fund so that you can invest in our fund so that we can buy the cards for you. I think as simple as that. Yeah, but this is actually related to community building as well because Pokemon, sports card, they all have their very strong community. Right? But for an outsider, right, to get into it, actually takes a long time. And if you're like a grown-up, you don't have that much time to spend into the hobby, right? I think investing into something like that may help. Just like, okay, you invest into an index fund, you invest into like other funds, right? Because you believe in the sector, but you don't know how to do it. I think then you let the professional do it for you. That's the whole thesis behind our thinking, yeah.
Thank you, thanks. Yeah, quite an innovative product. And also, maybe we can start with Patrick this time. So AI can generate infinite content and infinite personas. So does that make belonging more valuable or less so, in your opinion? And what must we rethink about building culture today? Thank you.
Okay. I think with AI, definitely there's this huge explosion of content, but actually we had this already when you had user-generated content, right? So you have all the high-level content that you see on TV and film, but then you look at all the stuff on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube and all that. There's a ton of it. Some of it's quite good, but there's a lot of stuff that's not very professional. AI is just going to amplify that many, many times over. I think there's definitely space for both, right? The analogy I would say is like AI, slop is basically like fast food. And sometimes you feel like you want to have some fast food, some McDonald's or something, and sometimes you want to have a nice fancy dinner, right? And go to a theater and watch a movie. So I think both can exist. As far as community goes, when you think about social and AI and all that stuff, there is a lot of community around that. Part of what works so well for UGC and all the social media and all these creators is the fact that they have this kind of connection with their audience, that they can build their community and interact with the community. When you look at things like the professional TV and film, a lot of times they don't necessarily have that same connection, so there's kind of a play on both sides, and it remains to be seen like how AI is going to affect everything. I think definitely on the studios and for the creators and everything, they're all looking at it very closely. I think a lot of studios and producers and stuff, they're all thinking about how they can make things cheaper and faster. And the creators are obviously quite worried about losing work and things like that because of what AI can do. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, how about Kun? Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's great, honestly, because in a traditional like online community, typically, at least what we would see in terms of the ratio of people who actually create content versus people who provide like response to the content that's created versus people who actually consume all of it but are just lurking. Usually the ratio is like 1:10 to 100, meaning that for every one person making a piece of content, there's 10 people who are like making a comment about that, and then like 100 people like just lurking and consuming. And part of that is just it's very difficult to create like compelling content. So one of the most popular threads on the Crunchyroll forums back in the day was called anime motivational posters. So if you're familiar with motivational posters, it's like a poster that has some like a saying like do your best or whatever. Except the anime community took that and then they made anime versions of the motivational posters by taking their favorite show or their favorite screen cap of an episode, and then they add like some content to it. But doing that takes like work. You need to do some Photoshop, you need to come up with some ideas. But now with AI, communities and people in those communities can use AI to generate a lot more content for their community. And then they can use that to now make not just image content, they can start making video content. And I think it's okay that everyone knows maybe some of the AI content created is a little bit sloppy, but it's all done because people enjoy like content that other people create. And if AI assisted in that, then so be it. So I actually think it creates more interesting engagement and more content creation and lends itself to making communities feel even more cohesive in that process.
Yeah, I want to add some other perspective. Right? I think on one hand, there will be way more content, just like pre-YouTube, after YouTube, right? And then like a pre-Instagram, post-Instagram. I think there are like way more content, right? That makes it, that means that the entry barrier becomes very low, right? Then the challenge would be, okay, how can you continue to grow your audience, right? That makes the distribution way more important. Yeah, I think that's one thing. I think it's exactly something that's like not AI can generate. For example, like sports events, like exhibition events, like concert. You can see that people are willing to pay more for all these like concert and sports event, and people are very crazy about all these like idols these days, right? So more like, okay, on one hand, you can see a lot of good content, but on the other hand, you also want some very human stuff, like, the idol cries on stage, all these like sportsmen that you like, they win, they lose, right? That's why you can see that, for example, like Shohei Ohtani, right, the biggest like baseball star in the world, right? He has so many fans, and then people love all the stuff that he does, and then people love his stocks and stuff like that, right? So I would say that on one hand, focus on the distribution, right? On the other hand is, can you do something that AI cannot replicate? In some, okay, what's the latest development of OpenClaw, right? Or what is the latest update of Claude or OpenAI? I feel like for a lot of people who are not very technical, maybe going into events, going to experience, going to travel, maybe that's also another way out of how to expand or how to survive in the age of AI.
Thank you, thanks. And I guess Ray just sort of talked about like YouTube and Instagram. So the social media landscape is changing rapidly. So what key trends do you see in that? Thank you.
Key trends is, honestly, I don't know. I think key trends is, I mean, even my mom, right, can create content. Right? I taught my mom how to use Perplexity, right, so that she doesn't have to call me anytime, all the time, right? And right now she can use like I also teach her how to use Grok and also other AI engine, right, to make like photos and stuff, right? And she posts it online, right? And then I'm the one who like her content, right? So I feel like it creates a new wave of like a content creator. And to be honest, I think sometimes it makes people happy, right? Because you can see content that you usually could not see before. Right? But at the same time, as I mentioned, I think the distribution is a hard part. Right? How can the creator survive? I think that part would also be hard, right? Because in the past, if you are a very good creator, movie companies, animation companies, they're willing to pay for your script. Right now, they believe that they can use AI to do that. And that makes monetization of all these creators would be harder. Right? That's why you can see that more people are starting to make like merchandise, right? All these like blind boxes, all these toys. I feel like it's like, because of all this advancement in AI, people start to look for something that's more tangible, more physical. I think maybe that's the real opportunity. It's like, you become the T-shirt making company, you become the toy making company, you become the trading card making company instead of becoming the content generation company. Yeah, maybe like that, yeah.
Thank you. How about Patrick?
I think one thing with social media is just that it gets so good at grabbing your attention and engaging you. I've had to delete Instagram and Facebook and a bunch of stuff off my phone because the Reels are so dangerous. I mean, Instagram was fine before Reels, and after Reels, I mean, there's been times when I'm just scrolling through for like hours, and I probably saved about an hour a day by deleting it. And those algorithms and everything are getting so good, and there's coupled with such a huge explosion of content, everyone's always competing for attention, right? Even the video game companies, have been having trouble growing because they're competing against social media, competing against movies and television and all this stuff. So it's always happening. And yeah, social media kind of came out and took up this huge chunk that used to just go to video games and TV, film, and things like that. And I would say one thing that Ray said is, you know, I think these days with social media and with video games and all this stuff, everything is so online and not face-to-face that there is a lot of demand for people to meet up in person. You know, at conferences, you go to conventions like an Anime Expo, you go to like San Diego Comic-Con, and they're just crazy packed with people who just want to meet each other, want to meet other fans, and have that in-person community. So there is the online community and messaging and typing and all those kinds of things, but also a lot of that is pretty anonymous. You don't really know the person who's saying stuff. People can be very mean online, but when you meet each other in person and you're at these conventions and stuff, everyone's generally like super nice. And I think there is this demand that people have now as a response to kind of social media to be more in person.
Thank you. How about Kun?
I guess maybe just to start, I'll admit it as well. I think my parents have a stronger emoji game than me, maybe because they're on WeChat. Yeah, I agree with Ray and Pat. Nowadays, one of the challenges with AI is you don't know if it's the AI that's creating the content and being a community member. You just can't tell. And there's stats available that something like more than half of all Twitter users are basically bots, and then every month they have to X users, I guess, they have to purge them, and then they have to rinse and repeat that every month. So as a community, one of the biggest challenges, how do you have authenticity when you don't know and you can't tell if people are real or not real? And the clear trend is that online communities are also becoming increasingly more offline communities as well, because if you don't have that offline component, you just can't tell. And sometimes the offline component and the online component help amplify each other, because when you see someone in person, there's always that intangibleness that you're able to basically experience together, and then that helps translate into better online experiences and vice versa. But you're seeing an explosion across all of fandom of conventions and in-person. People are longing for in-person events, in-person meetups, in-person engagement, and then that can translate then into the online.
Yeah, I think this is very true, right? Because when people see so much like AI content online, basically, at least the smart ones, right? They started not to trust. Default not to trust any content they see. Right? That's why that means that online, I think it's really hard to build trust these days. So people are longing for all this like real life meetup. That's one of the reasons why we purchased the biggest car show in Hong Kong. It's called Grade 10. We have 20,000 people coming to our show in 2 days. Right? It's because online you tell me that you love cars, but I don't believe you. Right? But if I can meet you offline, I can go to an event together, and then we trade cards, we meet each other together. Then I instantly trust you more, right? So I believe that that's an opportunity for a lot of these like online company. They try to build community or they try to build any business. Right? I think having real person meet up, in-person touch, I think that's very important. And also just like authenticity is also important, because right now you don't have to pretend to be anyone, right? Just pretend to be, not pretend, right? Just be yourself. Say your opinion online, assuming that you think that you are correct, right? Maybe you will have some followers, right? You just have to be yourself, be authentic. I'm not saying that you can do this and make a living, but at least you can do this and express yourself. You don't have to chime in to become just a commenter, right? You can become your podcast host, you can become a content creator. Maybe you get your fan base as well.
Yeah, that's very true. And also maybe like since all three of you have such great experience in building communities, and now that with all these like emerging trends and as we all mentioned about like the challenge with AI and like trust and all that, what do you think are still like valid in terms of like community building from like your experience, and what other like additional factor that should be put into consideration? Thank you. Maybe we can start with Kun this time. Thanks.
So I think what hasn't changed is when you're building communities, both online and offline, I think of it like a community. You're almost like raising a child, almost, and it means that you have to be quite active in terms of shaping that community. And what that means is, for example, when you start the community, you have to figure out who should be in and who should be out. And you need to set the rules so that everyone in the community understands what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. Purely because if you didn't, then the community can pull into any direction that maybe the community or you don't want it to go into. So what are the rules for the community? Who should be part of the community? Who shouldn't? That initial like curation, that process. What are the rituals that you want or the community members to be doing? Things that help build like trust. Those are all incredibly important, both online and offline. I think Pat and Ray can definitely speak to a lot of this stuff from experience as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I want to double click on the trust side. I think reputation and how people engage in the community is super important. Whether it's online or offline, the community I'm doing now, we do reference checks on people who want to join, and we're reaching out to about 50 people every time to kind of get a sense of that. Even when we did Rotten Tomatoes, there were some users who were really good and were really active and helpful, and we could even give them some status and give them more ability to even help manage the message boards and stuff like that. And then there were some users that were terrible, and they would always start flame wars or troll people, and we would have to shadow ban them so that they could still post, but no one would see it because they would cause problems in the community. So you're always constantly having to curate, constantly having to prune. It's like, I don't know, growing a bonsai tree or something like that. And I think that still holds true now more than ever.
Thank you.
I think one thing that doesn't really change that much is for a community, they generally look for like leaders, be it like a participant, right, who has a very strong voice, or be it the founder of the company or the administrator of the forum. Right? I think after all, people want to have someone who can lead them. Right? That's why you can see that most of the top tech companies these days, right, their CEO, their founders, they come out to bullshit all the time. Right? Look at Elon Musk, look at Jensen Huang, look at like Sam Altman. I think all these guys, right, in the past, right, if you use Google, you don't even know who are the founders, right? But these days, all these like, top company founders, they come out to say things. Sometimes the things are not even related to their companies. Right? I believe that because they understand that, on the product side, it's very hard to differentiate. Right? OpenAI, Claude, all these like companies. I think to laymen, they are more or less the same. But if I recognize you, I like your talk, and I find that you are funny, and then I'll probably try your product. That's why you can see that people started to look for like a founder, very heavy founder-led company or founder-led products these days. And I believe that's something that in the past is people look for leaders, right, in the forum and stuff. But the leaders, they don't have to stand out too much, right? They just have to come out when there's like conflict. But right now, they have to come out to become like a thought leader. I think that's something that's shifted a little bit, right? But still, they need a leader. Because after all, most people, they don't want to lead, right? Because leading means like responsibility. And right now, if you come out to push it, I find you funny. I think, maybe I will try your stuff, and maybe, because I don't even like you, but I will pay attention to you more, right? Because I know that if I argue with you online, I will also get some traffic, right? So I think this type of thing is getting more and more interesting and more personal.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the amazing panel. And we learned from like Kun on like needing of like rules, like when we like first built the community, and in order to have the right audience and trust. And Patrick on the like more importance on offline like events, like in order to gain trust. And Ray like just mentioned about although like leaders have always been important, but there's increasing like trends that we see like for like very strong thought leaders for every community. Yeah. So yeah, thank you. Thank
Sorry,
you so much.
we have 1 minute left. I want to ask you, Rachel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're building community for Cyberport, right? What insight do you see on community building as well?
Yeah, I think for us, like the angle could be slightly different in the sense that we try to bring more values to our community. So because our community are mostly like tech companies, like startups, so what they like, we always constantly need to know like what they like really wanted at that stage in time. Like for example, like initially, like we built community with by allowing like more like investors and also enterprises and tech companies to get together and to like make good connections. But now like we also see that regulatory side is a big sort of not like concern, but like big thing like for digital asset companies, and that's why we are also like pursuing more on that in order to bring value to our community and allowing more product and services to be realized in Hong Kong. So yeah, thank you.
Alibaba should get you as a speaker rather than a moderator. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Wow, that's not just a conversation, that's actually a master class. Thank you, and thank you for offering that to us. Please take a photo. As I mentioned, not every day do we get such a good master class in building something that can't be copied. It's because it's built on belonging, so something to definitely think about. Thank you once again, everyone. Please be seated. All righty, now we arrive at one of the most urgent conversation of our times, the intersection of AI with sustainability. Now, why is AI for sustainability not just important, but more, well, it's urgent? Well, it's because we have to think about these things. For example, like how are different actors, standard setters, the regulators, the businesses, investors, either enabling or blocking the process? Then what does a coherent, well-being economy fueled by AI actually look like? Maybe you should get a picture of that. Now, to explore this, we have an extraordinary panel that is joining us. Therefore, without any further ado, everyone, let's welcome with me Ms. Kelsey Zhang, Associate Director at Temasek Foundation. Please join us. Ms. Grace Kwok, Vice Chairman of the Hong Kong Green Building Council. Let's put our hands together and welcome them on stage. Mr. Mark Chang, Founder of Social Innovation Circle. Mr. Ronald Young, Head of Sustainable Banking Development at HKMA. Ms. Yexing Zhang, Vice President at XPeng, and of course our host is the visionary behind One Earth, Professor Poman Lo. Everyone, let's make yourself comfortable, and without further ado, I will hand the stage over to all of you. Please take a seat. All right.
Hello, everyone. What a great pleasure to convene this very meaningful panel on AI for sustainability. Today we are joined by an exceptional group of leaders, impact leaders, who will bring deep and diverse perspectives on how we can harness technology for good. So first we have Yixing from Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng is obviously, a leading EV company, but also invests in robotics and AI. So Yixing spearheads Xiaopeng's sustainability initiatives and also oversees legal and compliance issues. We are also honored to have Ronald from HKMA, Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Ronald has over 20 years of experience in international banking, finance, and investment. At HKMA, he leads policy formulation and implementation to promote sustainable banking activities and facilitate the sector's management of climate-related risk. Joining us as well is Mark, founder of Social Innovation Circle. He has been an impact investor for over 15 years, having invested in and mentored over 150 of the world's leading social entrepreneurs, focusing on various causes ranging from inclusive education and healthcare to sustainable agriculture and climate change. We are also pleased to have Grace, chairperson of Hong Kong Green Building Council Sustainable Development Committee. She is an award-winning sustainability leader who serves on the board and committees of various boards. embodies. She's also the chairperson of AEC Group, driving green finance and green building innovations across Asia Pacific. Last but not least, we're delighted to welcome Kelsey from Temasek Foundation, where she leads youth and sustainability initiatives that nurture the next generation of impact leaders and innovators across Asia. Her amazing programs have been providing a powerful platform and also a very extensive ecosystem for change makers to drive technology for good. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we are facing two defining forces for the first time in the history of humankind. A climate emergency that is threatening human existence at its core, and also an AI revolution that is obviously transforming the way we live, the way we work. The question is no longer whether AI is going to change our lives, it will, but how it can create value in promoting a healthier planet and happier people. So the truth is, AI will inevitably become more and more intelligent and eventually smarter than all of us. We've just seen some robots here playing chess. I can't even imagine competing with a robot. But how can we ensure that as humans, we not only possess intelligence, but actually cultivate the wisdom to become masters of AI, rather than being enslaved by AI, and eventually creating impact for the greater good. So now let's begin with Yi-Chin here on my left. How are you at Xiaopeng approaching sustainability from supply chain impact to climate risk management? And is there a trade-off between moving fast as an innovator while staying accountable as a leader of sustainability?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. And probably just a little bit more words on Xiaopeng. We are probably better known in Hong Kong as an electric vehicle manufacturer. We are already in the Hong Kong market. But on the other hand, I would like to introduce our company's investments and also our efforts into the AI area. We now see ourselves as more than an electric vehicle company because we are also focusing very much on the next generation of the AI revolution. For example, the robots. Probably you have seen somewhere the video of our humanoid robots called Iron, which debuted last year, and we're hoping to mass manufacture the robot later this year as well. And at the same time, we are also investing in chips and also in AI-defined autonomous driving, which we believe will distinguish ourselves as a car company from all the other ones because we are really very much on the frontiers of this so-called physical AI trend. And Poma has just mentioned there are two mega trends, I think, in this world. One is the AI revolution, and the other is a risk, the climate emergency. We are very glad, and I would say fortunate, being at XPeng to be at the crossroads or being involved in both mega trends. As an electric vehicle company, we believe ourselves that by producing electric vehicles for the mass market, we help reduce the carbon footprint during the life cycle of a vehicle. And in our case, whenever we publish our monthly delivery numbers, there is always a tagline about how much tons of how much tons of carbons that we are saving from emission into the atmosphere during the life cycle of such vehicle. And we are also very glad to announce that later this year, when we are publishing our new ESG reports, we are going to include a voluntary carbon reduction targets for the entire group, including the so-called Scope 3, the life cycle emissions of our entire vehicle fleets. And we believe we are one of the first Chinese car companies for doing that.
At the same time, because we are very much focused on AI, we always been thinking what AI can help us in terms of the sustainability. First of all, we believe when the autonomous driving is advancing to a certain stage, it helps save lives. Because if we look at the data, even our own data at the current stage, the assistant driving is already significantly reducing the number of traffics per miles traveled by each of the passengers or the drivers. Just imagine how many lives that could be saved if the traffic accident numbers can be reduced by, say, 90%, which is possible in the foreseeable future. And the number of deaths related to traffic accidents, even just in mainland China, runs into tens of thousands. The current number is probably 60,000 a year. If that number is reduced by 90%, that will be so much life-saving and changes in the world. On the other hand, we also believe, for example, these physical AI applications in robots and in the driving habits, in those autonomous drivings, would significantly change the landscape of cities. The city lives will be different. Or just imagine if 90% of the cars on the roads are going to be autonomous driving, probably the needs for parking lots will be significantly reduced because the cars are no longer just parked somewhere. It could be driving on its own to the next spots and pick up someone else. Last but not least, we are also focusing very much on the supply chain risk, just as Poma just mentioned, because in our case, we have this compliance regulation called CSRD, Sales Triple D in Europe. And when we are getting into these European markets, we have these responsibilities to really work with our suppliers to make sure that they maintain a basic level of integrity. So being a leader in both the AI physical area as well as a large company driving a large number of suppliers getting into new markets, we do believe we have a responsibility to help foster a different concept of sustainability in a larger ecosystem. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Yiqing. To me, this is, Xiaopeng's striking success is just an amazing testimony to the fact that it is possible to do well by doing good. And there need not be any trade-off between impact and return. In fact, I think Xiaopeng is growing so big because of the bigger issues that you're trying to solve. As you mentioned, saving the planet, saving lives. So thank you for giving us that hope that everything is possible. Now over to you, Ronald. So we have seen that actually when there's a will, there's a way. But how can we actually make that even bigger? From an ecosystem point of view. So HKMA obviously has been at the forefront of shaping Hong Kong's green finance architecture, and Hong Kong is the leader in terms of green finance. But how can AI actually really promote sustainability, and how can our economies be transformed into engines for sustainable growth?
Thank you, Pullman. So thanks for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to share views with everyone here. So at HKMA, we are cognizant of the fact that industry are evolving with technologies, and the financial system has to keep pace. For example, as a financial and banking regulator in Hong Kong, we are seeing the financial industries evolving with fintech. So in light of this development, we have published FinTech 2030 strategy with the aim to make Hong Kong a robust, resilient, and future-ready fintech hub. And specific to the banking sector, we have outlined our expectations for the banking sector to proactively assess and adapt the long-term business model in response to accelerating technological developments. So going back to your question at the end, so talking about AI for sustainability, we have done quite a bit. So regarding green fintech, we have been strengthening the green fintech ecosystem. So last year, as a closing event of the Green Week, we have organized a Hong Kong MA Green Fintech Symposium, and it's supported by a number of organizations, including Institute of Sustainability and Technology. So this year, we're going to organize it for a third time, so also as a closing event for the Green Week this year, which has just been announced, I think, last night. And then the symposium provides a platform to bring together promoters, investors, and users to understand the cutting-edge technologies and how that could help people to address the ESG challenges and generate sustainable finance opportunities, including using AI to help people to do that. In terms of sustainable finance, the advancement of AI will require significant amount of CapEx which has to be financed. And why is it? Because it will need more data for processing capability, and then which in turn will need a lot of power to support those processing capability. So in one report, I think it's estimated that US $800 billion will be needed to finance data center capacity increase in Asia by 2030. So an example is like in our Hong Kong taxonomy, we have set out some criteria to define what would constitute a sustainable data center, and this provides a pathway for people to pursue AI sustainably.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Ronald. It's so encouraging to see Hong Kong really taking the lead in keeping the spotlight on sustainability when perhaps in the rest of the world, there might be some doubts whether it is still worthwhile to push for sustainability. So, obviously institutional investors are so important when we're trying to move mountains. But in Asia particularly, a lot of the wealth does lie in the hands of family offices. And Mark, perhaps you could share, I think there's tremendous interest. I think 85% of family offices have expressed interest in investing in generative AI and AI-related technologies. Have you seen any examples of where AI can actually drive both impact and return?
Yes. So, well, firstly, Pullman, thank you so much for the invitation to speak. So our family office has been investing in sustainable technologies for almost 20 years now. And, what I can say is that in the existing portfolio of companies that we're looking at, which is over about 60 deployed across, all across this region, every single one of them right now is currently engaged in a process of thinking about how they can incorporate AI into their entire business model to make transformation. And it is unquestionably going to be the single most powerful technological transformation in our lifetimes, I think. Bigger than the internet, bigger than smartphones, and so on. So let me just give you a couple of examples of the way in which AI is going to completely transform the way that we do sustainability on the ground. So you have to ask yourself, what is it that AI brings to the table which is so transformative, right? And I think there are several dimensions to this. So one of them is the ability to analyze data in a way that you never could do before. And so, for example, if you're working with smallholder farmers in Indonesia, for example, who previously never had access to high-quality, real-time information on what the weather pattern might be in the next week, suddenly, for the first time, we can actually equip them with systems that can enable them to do that. And the AI can advise them on things like planting crop cycles more efficiently, or where to deploy, the harvest and the seeds that they have. And that transformation alone can result in efficiencies that we're seeing of maybe 30, 40% in things like yields, right? In a way that doesn't damage the environment and doesn't involve the use of additional fertilizer and so forth. And we're seeing similar patterns occurring in areas like affordable healthcare, rainforest management, conservation, and sustainability across different fields. And so I'm very excited by the power of AI to enable grassroots people on the ground to be able to really use this data in a real-time way in order to give them results that they never imagined that they could have. So that's just one level of the kind of change that we're seeing, which is being enabled by this new technology. And what's exciting is that it's not just AI, it's also the Internet of Things as well. So, for example, we're using drone technology now in order to be able to provide very accurate mapping of ecosystems. These could be farmland, or this could be ocean, or this could be areas where we're seeing eroding sea lines, coasts, for example. And it's the combination of those new technologies around being able to observe, as well as being able to combine with an AI that can give us real-time analysis on that, which is going to be transformational for so many of these areas. So very, very exciting time to be embracing this new technology.
Truly disruptive solutions that can save the world, especially when our world population will surge to 10 billion one day. So we do need to obviously grow more food without straining the world's resources. So it's really encouraging to see how it is possible to take a more scientific database approach to sustainability and how it's not just at very high levels like fintech, but also down to agriculture and healthcare. So thank you, Mark, for being a pioneer. I mean, having started this 20 years ago is simply unbelievable. And over to you, Grace. So, Hong Kong is obviously, very dense. And I think, Asia is really the theater of action when it comes to sustainability, because we are home to 2/3 of the world population. But we can also be a solution provider, especially in driving new solutions, for example, in terms of retrofitting buildings and introducing new building techniques. And credible management is a foundation for tracking and promoting progress in sustainability. So for years, you have been defining these frameworks for green buildings and the built environment, which does account for a large 40-50%. Number varies, depends on which city you are. So how is AI changing the way we measure, we collect data, verify, and also report on progress on sustainability?
Thank you for having me, and thanks for the question.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you're correct. For years, when we try to measure sustainability in the built environment, we may use different rating too, like green building certificate that Hong Kong GBC operate, our local BIM Plus. And in the past, it's more like we're using a snapshot of data to measure the building's performance. But now, because of AI, because of different digitalization technology, we could look at more than just static data, like how much steel you use to calculate the embodied carbon or the energy efficiency of the envelope. But now we could look at the data like continuous monitoring and also continuous commissioning of a building. And that really helped because it allows us to monitor the building's carbon footprint, the air quality, and energy waste in real time. For example, we can now use AI to analyze the HVAC data against the weather forecast and also the occupancy patterns so that we could adjust to optimize and to save energy, reduce carbon footprint of the building. And that is a more proactive approach, not just reporting using data retrospectively. So that's a big change. And also the scope of the measurement is different. I think it raised the bar because previously there's a lot of data that we find it very difficult to tackle. And those data may seem invisible, like embodied carbon of a material. But now we could use AI algorithm to estimate based on the material, the embodied carbon of the different component, as well as how we can track it across complex supply chain. And moreover, we could even push it a step back to the planning to the building stage. Like in Hong Kong, we have a EIA system, EIA process under the ordinance. And now we are also using AI device to monitor like the ecological performance of those projects. Previously, it's very difficult. We need to send a diver to the sea to monitor the behavior of the marine animals. And also for the birds, we need to send people to count them. But now we could just use AI device to do it. And that allows us to really track our performance and to make it an opportunity to enhance ecological performance, biodiversity through this technology in those projects. It gives us a way not just to balance development and conservation, but actually to enhance conservation through development. Yeah, and also the third thing is previously is a lot on reporting using past data, but now we could simulate, we could predict the future with this technology and allow us to take a more proactive approach. Like AI, we could simulate buildings' performance against upcoming regulations, against different climate scenarios. So it allowed developer to future-proof the assets today rather than, paying expensive retrofits later. And last but not least, I think for those built environment projects that really need to be sustainable, we need to look at not just measuring environmental performance, but also the social impact. And in the past, it's very difficult. Like the S in ESG, we find it very difficult to track those data. We need to conduct survey, questionnaire to get those social data. But now, with AI, I think it also gives us a way to better measure and enhance social sustainability in our built environment. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So encouraging because whatever is not measured, there's no way we can really push for progress. But with all these new technologies, IoT, AI, it's actually possible. I think, from Xiaopeng's sharing on how even Scope 3 can be tracked to how, Mark talked about AI's applications in agriculture and healthcare to how, we actually can have digital twins of buildings, of farms, and how, MA is making this basically a policy is very encouraging. But actually, what we need besides standards and capital, ultimately, what we need is people. We need to build a well-being economy by empowering our next generation. So, Kelsey, how is Temasek Foundation supporting the next generation of impact leaders who are keen to actually harness AI for good? And can you share an example of how your initiative is catalyzing change? Thank you.
Thank you, Pullman, for the question. That's actually, you asked the heart of our foundation, Temasek Foundation. For Temasek Foundation, that's the philanthropic arm of Temasek International Investment Holdings. And for us, our purpose is simple: inspiring lives for every generation. And our work across 4P, people, planet, progress, and peace. And in planet, we support both tech, climate-based solutions, and also nature-based solutions. That's under our planet pillar. And for our work, we across whole Asia. 50% of our work our fund are based in Singapore, and the rest of 50% is other parts of Asia. For us, what we value, we are transforming from traditional philanthropy organization to catalytic philanthropy. What does it mean by catalytic philanthropy? We do de-risk, we provide de-risk capital, and we provide early stage capital to test both climate solutions. Especially, that's really extremely helpful for youth. We de-risk and we help them connect with public and private funders, and we also help them scale up their solutions and find follow-on fundings. But technology doesn't scale on itself. it's the people, it's the next generation of leaders. So I wanted to share two simple examples of Temasek Foundations, how we nurture next generation of leaders. The first example is in Singapore. We fund a program called Young Sustainability Champion with Science Center Singapore, that's under MOE of Singapore. And we provided sustainability solutions and learning journeys for students. And in the end, we mainstreamed to 300 public schools in Singapore. And that's how we nurture the next generation of innovators and sustainability leaders. And the second example I wanted to share is how we build, bridge, and nurture the talent pipeline in sustainability and AI field in whole Asia. Last year, together with IST, Institute of Sustainability and Technology, we launched the One Earth Next Gen Leadership Program. And we brought together 100 youth across Asia, including mainland China, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Southeast Asia. And we have several days of learning journey, and they do ideathons, and also we provide them extreme opportunities alongside the One Earth Summit together with leaders. And this year, it's our great honor, and we're so lucky to have new partners on board. For example, like Xiaopeng, the tech leader, the AI leader, and also in sustainability. Also with Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund. And this year, we are going to provide more learning journeys, especially include Greater Bay Area. That's really attractive to youth in Southeast Asia, as China and the Greater Bay Area is the AI hub of Asia. And we also provide seed funding to youth and also the network opportunities to connect them with investors and AI leaders in the region. So that is how we build and we pilot and also help to de-risk and build the next generation of youth leaders. And more exciting, we're launching the program today. Thank you, Pullman.
Thank you, Kelsey. I cannot overemphasize the importance of catalytic capital because oftentimes I think when it comes to sustainability, people often think of it as, okay, it's meaningful, but especially in Asia, it tends to lie in the bucket of philanthropy. But what we need to do, as you mentioned, is to co-create a global ecosystem that can enable these innovations to not just thrive, but also achieve the scale needed to actually move the needle, to solve all these very pressing global challenges for us. And we need to take a more systemic approach, collaborative approach by collectively identifying what are the critical points that we need to solve first. Then together we can build that foundation. And for that, we need the catalytic capital to actually kickstart these innovations because oftentimes, when it comes to VC funding, of course, I think, Mark knows more than anyone, the risks are high, but it is possible if we actually work together to de-risk the profile through blended financing. So I'm just so glad to see, we are obviously from various sectors and yet we are united by the same vision and mission to co-create a world, a new economy where these innovations can actually drive impact and return together. So now let me ask a short question to all of you. What is the single piece of advice that you would offer to the next gen innovators here who are keen to harness innovation for the greater good of mankind? Yi-Chin?
I think we should be very brave to embrace the next revolution. I think it will be nice for the young people to embrace the AI revolution.
Courage, be bold. Ronald?
Yeah, actually, I think we should do AI sustainably. We should not treat AI and sustainability as a trade-off. I think both can exist together. So basically, AI can help improve efficiency on many things, but then sustainability can be enhanced by AI. But at the same time, we should not drop sustainability because AI needs a lot of power. So I think a balance is very important.
So there need not be any trade-off between doing good and doing well. Mark?
My advice would be to focus on the causes that you care about. It's not about coding anymore. So in the past, it was always about what skills do you need and what tools do you need to master. But what's unique about AI is that it enables you to basically pursue whatever passion you have, because it adapts to you rather than you having to learn it. So that is an unprecedented power and tool, which means that everyone now can focus on mission, not so much on the models themselves. So use AI as a tool but work out what is the mission that you want to achieve.
I cannot agree more. Always start with why. And the bigger the problem you want to solve for the world, the bigger your company will be. And Grace?
Yeah, I think AI is incredible tool for us to optimize efficiency, performance, but we should never remove human and nature from the loop, because even if we optimize the performance, we still need to understand people's experience, their cultural need, and also their preference. So we could not just optimize solely based on the number, but we also need to look at, just like the topic, thriving planet and people as the goal.
Indeed, we need to take a more holistic worldview. Ultimately, planetary, societal, and personal well-being are all deeply intertwined and interconnected. And Kelsey?
My one piece of advice is similar to Mark's. Always start with the problem and questions instead of technology. And I wanted to share the 3 questions we always ask for our nature when we evaluate our nature-based solutions in Temasek Foundation. The first question is, does it help the planet? Does it serve the planet? And so that's the planet piece. And the second one is the people. Does it help with the livelihood of people? That's the second P. And the third P is actually prosperity. So is the solution be able to scale? Is it commercial viable? So that's the 3 PPP when we evaluate triple bottom line.
Wow. PPP, public-private philanthropic partnerships for people, planet, peace, and prosperity. So now, let me invite all of you purpose-driven innovators here in the room today to join what Kelsey mentioned, the One Earth Next Gen Leaders Program that we are co-organizing, that the Temasek Foundation, the Institute of Sustainability and Technology, Xiaopeng, Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund are organizing to empower the next generation of disruptive innovators. So this program is not any ordinary program, it's your moment to shine. It's your lifetime opportunity to actually shape the future of humanity with innovation. So let us take a glimpse of the program via the video.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
From Thailand, Indonesia.
From Hong Kong.
Are you ready to scale your solution? Join One Earth Next Gen Leaders. And thank you so much, my fellow impact leaders here, for making such a great difference to this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for that. Can I please invite everyone to just take a photo before I send everyone off back to their seats? So perhaps standing up, take a baby step forward, and take a photo together. Yes, that was One Earth Next Gen Leaders Program, a youth empowerment initiative that was co-organized by the Institute of Sustainability and Technology, the Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, and Temasek Foundation. Now that is a true example of the cross-sector collaboration we've all been discussing. All right, so make sure we have the perfect picture. Thank you. Thank you once again. Let's give them a big round of applause. And everyone, please don't forget to scan the QR code that is on the screen to complete our survey. Yes, your feedback will help us make JUMPSTARTER even better. Thank you very much, everyone. It is now time for a lunch break. Everyone, please take a seat. Thank you once again for all that. Thank you. Everyone, please refresh, please network, and explore the startup booths. We'll reconvene here on the center stage at 2 p.m. sharp. So everyone, please, we will have more keynote conversations and lots of exciting things to offer. So we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
think JUMPSTARTER 2023 was really exciting, first of all, and it was challenging as well, because it's a global competition. The last thing I think is we learned a lot from the competition. Okay. The most significant difference is this competition is a global competition. We get to see how people pitch from all over the world. Pitching skills, describe or present our company better. We got some partners, got to meet some friends from the competition, different companies. Oh, they help a lot. So especially when we're in early stage, they really help to mentor us since the start, to help us kind of find our own way to do our own business. We are slightly different from traditional companies, so they help a lot for that. And also the fundraising part. Just try it. They will learn something or they will win something. Try it, fight it when you're young, I think. The deadline is coming soon. Don't miss your opportunity to jumpstart your dream.
At the forefront of the AI plus digital era, this is the place where entrepreneurial dreams take flight and ideas come to life. Welcome to Cyberport, Hong Kong's digital tech hub and AI accelerator. We empower industry digitalization and intelligent transformation to promote digital economy and AI development, fostering Hong Kong as an international AI, innovation, and technology hub. We, along with our tech community, through artificial intelligence, data science, blockchain, and cybersecurity, empower digitalization and digital innovation in industries. We connect startups with established enterprises and industries for growth and internationalization. Connect to investors and funds from Hong Kong, Chinese mainland, and overseas for investment and financing. And connect to the Chinese mainland and overseas markets. From nurturing young talents, driving innovation, to creating entrepreneurial success. Our experience makes us a strategic I&T flagship in Hong Kong at the heart of technology innovation that shapes our future. From Hong Kong to the world, Cyberport, your springboard to success.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning shortly. Actually, we are beginning immediately. So everyone, please join me here at the center stage as we are beginning right now. Thank you very much. Exciting afternoon coming ahead. Please be seated. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and had some more meaningful discussions and made some new friends. Now, everyone, let's shift gears a little bit with me from code to currents, from algorithms to elements. Now, you might have noticed the stunning installation Lucidite here at JUMPSTARTER, fresh from Milan Design last week, or from Milan in the Design Week, which is pretty much something that we pay a lot of attention to. It sculpts light and sound into something pretty much alive. And today, its creator, Lachlan Tarzan, will join us to explore what happens when artists and engineers move beyond what's just pixels. Unfortunately, he is feeling unwell with his throat today, so therefore he can't join us on stage for the sharing session. But however, the installation is open at the Art Tech Zone, and also him and his team are here with us. So please feel free, stop by, still experience it for yourself, the installation, and also connect with him there. Now, with that aside, everyone, earlier today, we've also talked about what AI can do. And now let's talk about what makes it possible, shall we? Now, with that, I think a lot of us will think about, well, what's the backbone? What is the ingredients to make this possible? Now, beyond the chip lies the entire ecosystem of infrastructure, investment, and industrial logic. Oh, they all start with an I. And how are smart investors positioning themselves in this space? Well, so that's the question that we're going to discuss today. So it looks like everyone is ready next to the stage. So without further ado, let's invite our investors, Mr. Lapman, co-founder. Just make sure, let's see if the photographer will snap a picture for us. Thank you. Just put your microphone on the chair, it's fine, and just take a photo before we send you off to your seats. Thank you. That was a rare look at the infrastructure beneath the intelligence itself. Thank you so much for the conducive conversation. Perfect. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. Yes, please return to your seats. Thank you. Now, we know that corporate venture capital is no longer just about the check. It's about the sandbox. Now, today we look at how APAC's leading conglomerates, from transit networks to smart cities, are leveraging their massive physical footprints to provide startups with the ultimate unfair advantage, which is a guaranteed path to scale. All right, so while we're getting ready for this, let me see, just making sure we have the seats all pretty while I prepare for this next segment. Everyone, please welcome with me Ms. Karen Lau, COO of Sunway iLabs. Please join us on stage. And also Mr. Isaac Ng, Associate Head of Investment at MTR Lab. And of course, how could we go without our host, Mr. Jackie Yoon, Director at Convolve Ventures. Everyone, please make yourself comfortable. Looking forward to hear your discussion. Please take a seat. Over to you.
Thank you. Right. So, hello everyone. Thank you again for JUMPSTARTER for having me and us. So I'm personally very excited here today to be joined by some fellow corporate venture leads here with me. Welcome, Karen from Sunway Group and Isaac from MTR Labs. A bit of self-introduction as well. I'm Jackie. I run Convolve Ventures under Tessellation Group, and we are a Hong Kong group business driving sustainability and innovation in the textile and garment supply chain. So corporate venture, many known as us as CVCs, talks a lot about how we play a different game from other VC firms, of course. Because that extra C stands, of course, for corporate, but also for catalyst. So in the next 20 minutes or so, we would look at how we really leverage massive enterprise presence from Hong Kong to Southeast Asia, from mobility to smart cities, to really bring that unfair advantage to the startups to help them scale for success. Right, so let's set the scene with some quick round of introductions, shall we? Maybe we can start with Isaac. I know you have been with MTR for quite some years. Could you share a little bit more of what MTR Lab is working on now and how you think about the corporate catalyst role?
Sure. Hi, thank you, JUMPSTARTER, for having us. I'm Isaac. I'm the Associate Head of Investment at MTR Lab. MTR Lab, we're the corporate venture arm of MTR, and we invest in things that are synergistic with the group. So we look at a lot at mobility because, of course, we're best known for running subway systems in Hong Kong and around the world. We also look at quite a lot at prop tech and construction technology, since we also, of course, in Hong Kong, we're quite involved in property development or in general, the property side of the business. We also invest in things that are synergistic with the group, but not necessarily super. When you look at it at a first glance, it might not be, oh, wow, why would you invest in that? These are things like AI, robotics, climate. We're also investing in them quite a lot.
Thank you, Isaac. And Karen, apart from self-introduction, I would also like to think about how a lot of corporate venture units actually was set up in under very different market conditions from today, right? So could you also share with us a bit about the story of how Sunway iLabs was first set up in your group, and what was the mandate, and is it different now?
Jackie, that's going to be a very long answer for you. So my name is Karen Lau. I'm from Sunway iLabs. In fact, I think when Isaac, you speak about MTR Lab, we are very similar. So Sunway iLabs is the corporate venture capital arms of Sunway Groups, right? I'm not too sure how many of you knows about it, but it's one of the largest conglomerates in Malaysia, in fact in Southeast Asia, covering across 13 business units, from education, healthcare, property, constructions, and all the ways to areas like retail and hospitalities. So you can imagine that we are pretty strong in the foundations, and these are the business that it's very much brick and mortars. In fact, iLabs was set up in 2017 to really look into we are doing good in the 13 business units, but the technology advancement has been booming so fast. And how can we capture the values from this technology in advancements and to really make sure that we can go together with the technologies that are being disrupted. So that was the reason why Sunway iLabs was set up in 2017. But you asked about the history. In fact, we didn't start with a fund of fund immediately. In fact, we started as a grassroots organizations with a dream that we can look for good ideas that can be used by the corporates through hackathons. And then only we realized this is going to require a long gestational periods, right? So we pivoted ourselves from grassroots, and then we look into direct investments. So we started to scout for startups from Malaysia, Southeast Asia, and then we make direct investments. And at one point we questioned ourselves, who are we to evaluate these startups from just Sunway Group perspective? And how can we get a better deal flow? And therefore, in 2021, we pivoted again as a fund of fund, and that's where we still continues to make direct investments. We put the early stage into Sunway universities who look after the entrepreneurship educations. And then the last one is we started to work with the regional funds, 3 funds in Malaysia right now, 1 fund in Europe, 1 fund in China, Hong Kong, as well as A16Z in the US. Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Allow me to follow up a bit on that, because both of you mentioned how strategic synergy and integration with the group is a big part of your investment decisions, right? With the breadth of what Sunway Group covers, it should be not a difficult task to find something that's seemingly having a synergy. But how, practically speaking, would you validate that synergy with the founders? How do you help them show that synergy?
Well, it's definitely not something that's easy to do at all. Synergies, every time when we put a new investments to the board, we have to make sure we need to justify the synergies. But I guess what we do is the synergy is not just stated on paper. We really walk the talk in a way that, especially myself, I work very closely with the startups, right, before the investments, to really get the startups to meet with our business units to understand how can we integrate the solutions in the corporate settings? And more importantly, how can they return us the ROI if the business unit are becoming their clients? And this kind of so-called pilots, I would say. At one hand, we want to avoid the graveyard of the pilot trials. On the other hand, I think it's so much importance for us as a CVC to take this as a due diligence platforms. We know the founders, we know the technology, we know how this technology integrate in the corporate settings, and that helps us to forecast the projections. And that's helped us to prove the synergies before even the investments, and the synergies can continue after the investments.
Yeah, corporate as a DD platform, that's a very interesting thing. Yeah. So Isaac, you mentioned that certain deals that you look at wasn't as obvious as others when you look at the synergy part, right? So how do you navigate that conversation with the investment decision makers? Like how do you demonstrate that there is potential eventually?
Yeah, I think corporate ventures. I think it's a broad bucket. Every corporate venture has a slightly different mandate depending on how the parent company views the function of a CVC within the group. I think for MTR Lab, we are mostly focused on strategic, but financial return, or having a reasonable financial return, is also a core part of our mandate. So, and our investment committee, our IC, which are of course executives from the group, also understands this. So when we discuss different deals, there are sometimes deals that are really strategic in the sense that they solve really key pain points that we know we've been having for a while, or they could be really strategic in the sense of taking the, provide optionality for the group in the future. There are also sometimes deals that we have use cases for us, but really the deal is financially really attractive. We see that this is a huge growth area, and maybe if we participate early enough, we don't necessarily have a use case right now, but the synergy could be in the future. And I think for us, a lot of it is also, it's solving the pain points, but on the other hand, it's also providing optionality.
Thank you. Thank you for painting the more colors of your playbook. So let's dive deeper into what everyone talks about and one of the key themes of JumpStarter, which is AI. So, well, we always hear people say AI is promising to transform every sector. Yet some may argue that AI is receiving too much capital and there's an imminent correction happening. If Karen, purely from an investor point of view, working with such a large industrial presence, are you more bullish or more skeptical about the current wave of AI developments?
Well, if you ask me, I think the AI wave just started, right? We have a lot of AI solutions, but the adoptions to me is still is pretty low at the moment. So as investors, I guess I am very optimistic with AI. At the same time, we are also practicing the financial disciplines when we evaluate the AI. And why do I say so is because, especially from a corporate perspective, with the lobster farm happening everywhere in the world right now, I guess there's a lot of AI solutions that probably address a fractions of the problems, right? It's probably act as a wrapper. If I were to apply the investments had, I would really love to see what sort of AI solutions that come with a meaningful, that can really, solve for good problems that come up with a tangible outcomes, right? That you can tell me, how much new revenue I can generate. What is the cost reductions, for example. But more importantly, the AI solutions needs to be integrate deep into the enterprise environments. It can help people to adopt the solution faster. I used to do these analogies. Many years ago, we had the GPS, right? If you remember, it's a big device that you have to do a lot of setting. And you need a specialist to operate that, and you cannot get other non-specialists to do this. But right now you have Google Maps. It's already integrated as part of your life, and I really hope to see more AI solutions that it can be integrated into a workflow. At the same time, it brings a very good outcomes that persuade people to adopt.
That's a really great point. Like the integration is the key part of how AI is truly transforming industry. I'd like to share an example of how I view it from the textile, where I come from as well. So AI in the past years, there are a lot of applications on how it can automate design and content generation, but those are all on screen. So as seen from the program in the JumpStarter, AI is happening in the physical world very much, and that would be quite substantial for the textile sector as well, as we are facing quite a lot of skill drainage and aging population. So we really, as a textile operator, want to work with robotics companies to see how we can bring AI into driving more productivity in our sector as well. So if we look ahead, Isaac, do you see any key big opportunities happening in your sectors as well? Where do you see the most promising transformation?
Yeah, I think AI is definitely a big opportunity, and in fact, I think we've also, last year we did a couple of investments in the space. One is Well, which is they do retail AI. They cover a lot of different China team, headquartered in Singapore, and they're doing really well in China, also growing really well in Southeast Asia, and now expanding into the Middle East soon, hopefully. What they do is they provide different types of retail. The key clients are the OEMs, the EV companies in China, how they help them manage using AI to manage the shop floor, manage the interaction with the customers, and really going omni-channel from the moment they walk into the showroom until they actually buy the car, and then afterwards, how do you engage them on a whole journey. Another example where we invested in AI on a more physical side is a company called Sonic. So this is a company that does inspection using acoustics. This is very much AI based, and this is obviously very helpful for railway, where you can use acoustics to check for the health of the rolling stocks, meaning the trains or the tracks. And we will see a lot of these use cases.
Thank you, Isaac. Very interesting examples. So let's switch gear a little bit now, because we also want to look at how our corporates has been helping startups to scale across geographies. Right, so let me start with Isaac this time. So MTR has such a strong regional and global presence. how does MTR Lab leverage its resources to help companies go beyond Hong Kong, be it in the GBA or Chinese mainland or even other international markets?
Yeah, I think Hong Kong is still one of the best places for startups to come. We see a lot of Chinese companies setting up in Hong Kong as the sort of first step to international expansion. We also see quite a lot of international companies landing in Hong Kong to expand across Asia. And I think us being in this nexus really puts us in a good spot to help companies grow. So we've worked with Chinese companies where Hong Kong is not exactly international, but a slightly different market than Chinese mainland, where they establish the first commercial traction here, and then it makes it so much easier for them to then expand to, say, Singapore, Japan, or other markets, and vice versa as well. As an example, one of our portfolio companies was We Maintain, a French company in equipment maintenance space, leveraging IoT and AI to really help digitalize a lot of the process and make it more efficient. And after we invested in them, we helped them set up in Hong Kong, and was their first major customer in Hong Kong as well. And and then that helped them expand their footprint, into Asia as well.
That's great. And Karen, if we use your perspective coming from Southeast Asia, how do you, and honest answers only, how do you think about Hong Kong and GBA startups these days? What do you think they lead, and where do you feel they still need to work harder on before you can bring them to Southeast Asia?
Right, this is a very tricky question. I think based on if you look to the economy landscape of Hong Kong, it's we are very good in financials, we are very good in legals, and these are the two professionals that's a little bit risk adverse, right? And that's probably what I see from Hong Kong. But I think Hong Kong is a very interesting place that we have a lot of good talents. At the same time, you are very near to China's. That's how you see it is. It's really to leverage on the opportunities to lower the cost of the supply chains. I think that's really helps. And the other one is also definitely Hong Kong has a lot of fundings, right? I see the ecosystem has definitely helped the startups a lot. And the startups, I do meet some interesting founders here. Generally, I think still quite a number of startups I see here is still early stage, but there are some good startups that is ready to go over to the Southeast Asia markets. I also do not want to paint the pictures that Southeast Asian market is something that you can get a luxurious condo at the 3 million Hong Kong dollars, play golf and things like that. For Hong Kong startups to go to Southeast Asia's market is in fact very complicated. The country in Southeast Asia speak different languages, different regulations, different culture, and it's not easy for the Hong Kong startups to navigate this country all together. And in fact, for the GBA or Hong Kong startups, I would really think you need a very strong local partners that help you to penetrate the door. At the same time, I think try to think about how you can localize your technologies to really fit their solutions. But local partners is really the key.
That's interesting. Would you be able to explain or share some examples of how, if you find a good startup from here, how would you go about helping them enter a fresh market and help them make the first deal in the new market?
Right. Just taking Sunway Group, for example, was when we met some good startups here, is that we see potential synergies with the group. Usually what we do is to bring the information back to the business unit and share this with them and ask, okay, we have these startups coming and we think this can really add values. In fact, and then we'll put the startups together, right? But for the startups to really, they see Sunway as a conglomerate that, you have a lot of different type of business units, it's very diverse. Usually we can be their clients. So that helps them to have the local tractions. But more importantly, as I speak about the local partners, again, I can only speak from the Sunway perspective. We also have teams who can be, if talk about IT, system integrators, or even distributors or dealers. That's really how we really work with the overseas startups. And of course, because of the network effect that we have, if that's not something within our forte, that we can be your clients, but you need to look for our distributors, usually we will go to our networks to, to form something together. If you are good, we will make sure you can land in Malaysia. Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Nice. I also want to learn from your experience. So a lot of people say that making connections are easy, right? So bridging the startups with the right units, that's the start of the conversation. But usually they would get stuck in rounds of trials and experimentation. It happens every time you bring a startup to a new partner or a new market, right? Have you had similar experience? How do you break that cycle and really help them cross from experimentation to really making commercial stuff happening?
Yeah, so maybe I would like to, Karen mentioned that you guys went through the journey where you were doing a lot of the open innovation and working with earlier stage startups before investing. My experience was actually on the other end, was before MTR. I was an entrepreneur, so I've done 3 companies, and every time, especially at the very early stage, working with a large corporate is always difficult. And it was from my pain that I also kind of learned from that experience. So actually at MTR Lab, I think a few things that we've kind of set in the mandate to hopefully help us navigate through that a little bit easier. The first thing is that we mostly only invest in Series A, Series B companies as our entry, and we do a little bit more Series B than Series A. So typically the type of companies that we're engaging and we're investing in should be at a certain scale where they have the business development resource, the product should be quite ready to work, so that our business units can, at a certain level, treat them just as a normal vendor. On the other hand, we also put in a lot of work engaging our internal BUs to make sure that we understand their pain points. And sometimes working with a startup, I think for a startup working with a large corporation, the difficulty is both in terms of finding the right people, understanding which guy in what department is the right person to speak to, but also having the right timing, because I think corporates can move very slow. Generally, that's the sort of impression. But I think in general, but really when you look at it, sometimes corporates can move very quickly when the pain is there, when the business need is there, or when the internal narrative of a company change, and that's when companies move very quickly. And so we at MTR Lab make sure that we're quite aware of what's happening internally, what are the pain points, what are some of the trigger points when suddenly we might have a couple companies in the back pocket already, and then suddenly, oh hey, here are 3 solutions to our business unit partners, and they think, okay, let's do it now. So I think that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, I share that view very much. So in conclusion, it's not so much about speed or matching the speed, but matching the time window with the right with the right reason and yeah. So we're fast approaching the end of the clock. So let's wrap up with some thoughts looking into the future again. Karen, if JUMPSTARTER get another corporate venture panel next year, hopefully they do, what other sectors do you think they should bring on? What other sectors do you think a lot of interesting things are happening in the corporate venture space?
Well, I think the corporate innovations, I guess, it's very diverse. There's a lot of people come to us and ask us, what's your playbook? Can you share your playbook? But in fact, we don't have a playbook. I don't know about you, Isaac, but for Sunway, it's never been a playbook. But if you ask me to put all the corporate on the stage, I would really like to hear what sort of success stories, and more importantly is to ask the corporates the failures, right? We might look a little bit glamorous on the stage talking about the pilot trial, how we measure pilot trial, how we make investments, but I can tell you we cry behind the room or the door more than celebrating the success. But this is a learning journey for us, but we also we acknowledge the fact that startups and corporates needs to dance together. This is a tango, right? And this, no matter how difficult, or we need to celebrate each off the small steps and to have more corporates to have the CVC and then to have more players, to encourage more players to be part of us. Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. And what about theme? Because AI get talked very much and maybe perhaps too much already. So what other tech areas do you think hasn't got talked enough about? Because maybe a bit from textile first, I think what would be interesting is the area of materials and synthetic biology and how that powers new generation of dye stuff and also textile materials as well, right? So what do you see from your sectors?
So we at MTR Lab we also look at construction technology quite a lot, like I mentioned, and we continue. At least me personally, I continue to see this as definitely a growth area. Construction is the second least digitalized industry, just above agriculture, and but right now we're seeing a lot of innovation from just breaking the data silos, digitalizing the work site. Having AI involved in a lot of the design, but also the building, and also the building itself. This method of building, we're moving more and more towards very custom building or building on sites into prefabricated, building more and more of the components of a building in a factory, essentially, and shipping it on site, putting it all together, and then that includes the logistics of it, the design of it. I think that the world will, and of course that goes back to data center as well. Data center is driving a lot of the innovation in construction as well, and so that is an area where I'm continuing to be very excited about.
Great. Looks like we have sorted out this for AEF for next year. Right, that brings us to a beautiful close. Thank you once again, Karen and Isaac, and for the audience for being with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Can I please invite everyone to take a picture? Don't leave yet. Please don't leave yet. Our photographer was waiting for you. Please stand in front of your seats. Actually, just take a baby step forward. Stand close to one another. Form a straight line and put everything on the couch would be perfect. Thank you. Yes, yes. All right. Thank you for that discussion. That's the kind of catalyst that turns innovation into impact, something that we definitely need to be enlightened by. Thank you once again. Please be seated. All right, moving on. Now, the Northern Metropolis in Hong Kong, Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park represents one of the most ambitious innovation hub projects that's here in Asia. Now, but ambition alone doesn't just build ecosystems, the right conditions do. Today, we step up from the hype and we also ask the question, what do cross-border operations actually need from Innovation Hub to scale globally? Everyone, please welcome with me all of them that's about to step on the stage to make themselves comfortable. Mr. Peng Jia, Company Secretary at Chinasoft International EduTech. Nick Wada, CEO, Rainbow Tech Solutions. And also Mr. Sean Chen, Associate Director of Ecosystem Development at HSITP. Make sure we have the right seats. Perfect. Without further ado, gentlemen.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
First of all, I mean, it's great to be honored to actually join the JUMPSTARTER event. And my name's Sean. I'm leading the AI programs at Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation Technology Parks. I think for today's topics, we're actually going to talk about more of a launchpad, how global companies, including overseas, local, and Chinese companies, actually coming to Hong Kong, the Northern Metropolitan Districts, and also Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation Tech Park to actually explore their business and also research. I think HSATP and Northern Metropolis are still in the making, which give us a rare window to ask the builder and entrepreneur exactly what they're looking for and to build up their companies. And for us, today we have two very distinguished guests to actually join the panel. And the one is actually coming from overseas, and one guest actually coming from mainland China. So I will pass to our guests to kind of give a quick introduction about themselves and also the companies.
Okay, thank you, Sean, and thank you for having me here. And I see that the slogan is JUMPSTARTER, and for the startup companies. But for us company, and actually we are not that a new company. We already have 20 years experience in the education sector. And the company actually started in 2005 and headquartered in Beijing, and have another office in Shenzhen. And we have 400 employees. And actually, we are in the process of go listed in Hong Kong this year. And but when I see the startups, I mean the startup companies, I feel a little bit envy because you have a lot of energies and they're very young. And I wish we have same energy as you have. And this company actually is doing the business with AI and plus education and AI plus research. And in China we have almost about 3,000 universities, and we covered about half of that, 1,500 universities. And we provide AI instructors and operating services, and also we build our own platform called Yun and Zhiyun, and that could help universities to easily choose what AI services they want from that platform. And so for us, and we just had that office in the Innovation Park last year, December, and it's our honor to start our new business and a new area in that Innovation Park. Yeah.
How about Nick? Yeah, thanks, Sean. Thanks, Roland. My name is Nick Atwater. I'm the CEO of Rain Biotech Solutions. I originally come from Boston, where I was working for many years in the Harvard Stem Cell Institute. I started a company there, which was in biotech and stem cells, and then moved to Shenzhen about 2016, where I was working for a company called Asia Regenerative Medicine as the global business director, and we were working on stem cell research. In 2020, we founded this company in Hong Kong. I've been CEO since 2023. We're focused on basically combining cell technology with microfluidics, which is cutting-edge technology, along with AI recognition algorithms. And we're applying this technology to various subsectors, such as cell therapy, cancer analysis, as well as synthetic biology. So I heard about the park, the HSITP, about a year and a half ago, and we were invited to join the park, which we moved into in November. So so far we've had a great experience. It's really strategically well located, especially for our company, since we are doing operations both in Hong Kong as well as Shenzhen. So I really see a bright future for the park and facilitating the interaction between our company in Hong Kong and our partners in Shenzhen, and facilitating the rapid scale up and transfer of our technology into the market in this very important biotech space.
Great, thanks, Nick. I think you just mentioned a little bit. I would like to start, I think, the first question about why. Why come to Hong Kong? Why come to HSITP to support your own business development? Nick, as you're looking at APAC gateways, what makes an innovation hub genetically compelling to biotech founders versus just being a subsidized office, renting a space in Hong Kong, a co-working space?
Yeah, thank you. As I sort of started touching on that, the unique geographic location of the park, basically it's a 5-minute shuttle ride right from the Fujian border. And there's another side of the park on the Shenzhen side where you could have a partner company. So essentially, the attraction for the park is, especially for a biotech, one of the challenges we face is getting research material as well as personnel to easily flow across the border. So this park provides, obviously, that unique advantage in the exchange ability. And furthermore, the things that will attract me and also other, I'd say, foreign talent and biotech firms will be as the park scales and builds, and there will be more and more academic institutions, universities, hospitals in the Northern Metropolis region. It will make for easier interaction. If I go back to my days in Boston, the thing that made that such a great hub, both for biotech and other sort of startups, is the close localization in the cluster. You have universities such as Harvard, MIT, and others, as well as a bunch of startups, big corporations, all within essentially walking distance of each other, or a couple subway stops away. So I think if the park can get to something that's concentrating all of this talent and resources in one area, then you have a really amazing potential.
Great, thanks, Nick. I think also to Roland, I think China South has partnered, with over 1,000 Chinese universities already, and also in providing AI solution, AI training curricula, and also AI computing resource platforms, and partnering with Huawei and Tencent. I think what does China South experience across, all those partnerships tell us about what government and developer consistency underestimate, and what should the Northern Metropolis priority will give the right day?
Yeah, and there's a lot of things maybe really underestimated by lots of parties. And I'll give you some numbers. First of all, 9 out of 10 top universities in terms of innovation, especially for the AI, are in China now. So that actually they are leading the science and innovation industry now. But United States was a leader like 5 to 10 years ago, but now it's completely flipped. And so we have this opportunity. And another number is 50% of AI researchers are Chinese. And most of them are located in mainland China, and some are in the US. And last year, 70% of the AI patents are published by China. So, in short, and why this innovation pathway is important because we can, under this atmosphere, it's easier for us to gather talents from not only domestic but also internationally. And Hong Kong has a taxation advantage and legitimate advantage, and that could attract more talents from overseas. So for us, and we already covered most of the universities, especially for the top privileged universities. We also want to develop more our map on international route, like Hong Kong universities and the University in the United States. So I think for us, this is incredible opportunities. Yeah.
Great, Roland. For companies and also for startups, they need resources to support their growth. I think for coming up next, I would like to focus more on the data and also talents. How those two aspects, also resource, can support the company. In January, the Privacy Commissioner and mainland office actually announced the a secure data corridor, which is going to be launched in Q2 2026. This wireless system, which allows sensitive data, including geo and also financial information and data to flow compliantly under the regulation between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, and within the hotel zone, including between Shenzhen and Hong Kong Park. I think it's an open question actually for both of the parties. In this age of AI, I think your business runs on massive sensitive data sets. And what's the single biggest friction points that you face when moving this data across the border? And also, could you actually give us a real-life example of time when data friction slowed down your research and expansions? Maybe start with Roland.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the data sensitivity is always an issue and for many years, and like a link with cybersecurity. And I understand this is very necessary to protect this data. But on the other hand, it's very costly and costs you time, costs your money to do that. And so what I heard about is in this innovation park, we could enjoy some special arrangement, and so that means we use more run data than modified data, and so in that case we could save our time, our financials, and make the job more efficient. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. In terms of for biotech, data transfer is quite important. But as Roland, you were saying, it's also important to keep it safe. Especially you're talking about maybe people's genomic data or health history, things like that. For our company, where we seek to eventually do a clinical product, and we're also working with our partners across the border, we're entering into clinical trials in China. The ability to transfer data across the border is very important. For example, if we're doing a clinical trial and say our partner's doing a trial on some sort of stem cell therapy in Shenzhen, and our company wants to work on a product solution in Hong Kong, if that information can flow more easily across the Hetao border, then that will make for a much faster transference of the information coming out of the clinical trial into an actionable real-world clinical product. So for biotech, that's very important, as well as I mentioned, material. So research material for clinical trials could be cells, or it could be other types of reagents, which might usually be more difficult to move through traditional channels across the border. The park provides that opportunity, and that should help to enable the faster, more rapid development of life-saving treatments and medicines.
Great, thanks. I thank you for both. I think I would like to just add up maybe one comment for myself, actually. I think for a lot of AI companies, it doesn't matter if they're doing research and development or application or even provide solutions for enterprise. I think data is actually the key and also the goal. I mean, have the access of both global or potentially mainland Chinese data to support the research and development will actually boost the development cycles and making it much, much faster for global expansion, or even for Chinese expansion in the future. I think upcoming next, I would like to kind of shift the focus a little bit towards talents. I think, how hiring and also have global talents, like from the US, from other area, and also from mainland China, can actually support your business. Let's start with Roland. I think my question is actually for a company like yours, I think you need a steady, constant talents to join your company to support not just Chinese business development, but also local Hong Kong and global developments. And what could the Northern Metropolis, I think, help you guys? And what do you see actually this will become your primary talent source to support your global development?
Right. In general, I think Hong Kong is in a very good position. If you look at so what the really talents really want is they have a very good protection under the law, and Hong Kong is an international law area, and so everybody is very comfortable with this practice for many years. And also Hong Kong is maybe the lowest taxation region in the world, and talents they want to build their wealth, and so taxation is also very important too. And also your park and the innovation park has great locations, like Nick just mentioned, 5 to 10 minutes across two regions, and so it's also cost time, and if you can save time, you can do something else, right? So this park's location is significantly important, and also I think you right now you're building some dormitories, and which is suitable for talents from mainland China to live, right? So maybe you can adjust the price similar to the Shenzhen price, so make the talent stay in Hong Kong longer, right? And that's maybe another angle, huh? Yeah,
we'll try that. I think Nick actually has a really amazing background. Graduated from Harvard Medical School. I think also had received your PhD degree right there. I think from your own experience, graduating from top tier universities and then coming to, coming to Hong Kong, picking, Hong Kong before like Boston and Zurich. And also what we're trying to do in Hong Kong, and not just the park, but Northern Metropolis, is actually creating an intellectual campus rather than just an industrial park. What's your view and also comments on this?
Yeah. Well, basically, there's kind of two domains. One, as Roland touched on briefly, is the attraction of Hong Kong itself generally. Hong Kong, for me, it has a great ecosystem, a great university system. It's a little bit similar. You have English as one of the main languages, which makes it easy to live and to converse. You have great taxation policy, and then there's a lot of great industry, financial resources. So that's sort of the attraction to Hong Kong. And then how the park fits into that. Again, I think talent wants to go where there's opportunity and where there's also convenience. So as Roland mentioned, right across from the park currently you have downtown Shenzhen, Futian, where you have all the financial buildings there, the skyscrapers. So you have the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen right there, and then I think Hong Kong on the other side doesn't necessarily have to mirror exactly what Shenzhen's doing. They don't need to throw up all the financial buildings on that side. But I think they can keep some of the beauty and the openness of the Northern Metropolis area, but they should bring in more, as Sean was saying, more universities, medical schools, this type of stuff, which will help to make the innovation park not isolated as an industrial zone, but to be interconnected with the other very productive and thought-provoking centers. Because for somebody like me, or for other intellectuals and professionals, scientists that want to come from a city like Boston or Zurich, you have to have stimulation there. So you have to have intellectual stimulation, curiosity, in addition to industrial opportunity. So I think those are kind of all the ingredients you have, and I think the Northern Metropolis needs to move to that, as well as with some options for leisure and other sorts of attractions to help to sort of decompress from the 9 to 5 that you go through.
Okay, I think to close the panel discussion, just one open question for both parties. I think if you have one piece of advice for team or entrepreneurs trying to build in the Northern Metropolis, what it will be actually?
Well, I just straight to the financial part, and hopefully this innovation park could, get more support from the Hong Kong government. Our company is very lucky to get the reward from Hong Kong government for $3 million. But the competition is very tough. There were about just 170 companies. Only 10% of that get that prize. So if we could plan more, like a scholarship or something for these companies, that would be great.
Thanks.
So just takeaway and advice to companies coming to the park is that, the park it has a great, bright future. It's developing in the right way. It's focusing on sustainability, as well as the sort of interaction, the collegiality. It has open spaces, cafes. The apartments have been designed to create community and foster collaboration. So I think it has all the elements. It's just going to take a little bit of a time, naturally, to build up some more of the infrastructure, such as these universities and other types of businesses to come to the region. But I foresee in the next 3 to 5 years that this park, along with the whole Northern Metropolis, is going to be moving in a very fast direction, and it will be rivaling all of the development which is right across the river in Shenzhen.
Great, thanks. I think I guess I will just close today's panel discussion to summarize and also to share with our audience. If you guys are interested, in talking with both panel guests, feel free to, reach to us. And also, if you are interested in the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation Technology Park and even about the Northern Metropolis developments, you can also kind of reach to us. Thanks, Ashley. Thanks both.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I please invite all of you to take a photo before alighting the stage? Just leave everything on the seat and take a step forward and make sure we have a good photo of you. Thank you so much for that sharing. All right, and for everyone that's outside, if you haven't taken a seat yet, this is the time to, as the next moment you do not want to miss, and we invite all of you to be part of this. So please come here and grab a seat. Again, thank you very much, gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you once again. All right, so this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Now, yesterday, we have witnessed incredible pitches from some of the brightest minds here in the Spire competition. Now, the audience has also casted some of their votes, and you're probably wondering what the results are. So I'm very curious too. So everyone, let's direct our attention to the screen and see what the people's choice of the top 3 Spire teams are based on your votes. Let's take a look. All right. Aha. We have On-In Technology, we have PlayFit and Herd. Congratulations to these 3 teams. The audience has spoken. So that's what the audience thinks. Okay, but that's not all. After a careful deliberation, of course, our distinguished judges have also selected their official Spire top 3 teams who will pitch for the competition. So let's take a look at the screen. Here's your official Spire top 3 teams. Let's take a look. First, we have Spark. Well, Spark Up. Second is SSAFE. And then we have number 3, Neuroflow. Congratulations! To all the teams, your ideas are definitely shaping tomorrow. Big round of applause. Congratulations. Now, we need this moment to recognize, of course, these three teams, but also, not only to show how hard they're working, but they will come on stage and they'll pitch one final time live here at the center stage. All right, so everyone, before we start, let's join me in welcoming this final round by welcoming our judges who's nicely seated in front of me. So first we have Mr. Bong Chan, a partner at Deloitte Hong Kong. Thank you. Ms. Carrie Ling, Director of the Entrepreneurship Center at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Thank you. And we have Mr. Desmond Chang, Acting Head of Venture Acceleration, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Oh, thank you very much. And Ms. Gigi Chong, Assistant Director, Co-Development at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. And last but not least, we have Mr. Prasan Verma, Chief Technology Officer of Plaza Premium Group. I was just there yesterday. Thank you. Love the place as always. Now let's give them a big, fat, warm welcome. Not easy being judges. Thank you. Thank you. Now to our three finalists, this is your moment. Now, let's see. Looks like they're quite ready, so they're going to show us what they got. And we also know what the spiel is all about. Now, each team will have 3 minutes for their presentation, and then it will be followed by a 3-minute Q&A by our judges. So everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome Spark Up to the stage. Please, Spark Up, please join us. Spark Up has built a Hong Kong-focused allergy management app that unifies symptom tracking, AI insights consultation, and community support to simplify allergy care and promote proactive health decisions. So you know the drill, right? 3-minute presentation, 3-minute Q&A. Make sure you're all mic'd up. All right, everyone. Are you ready?
Testing.
All right. Please, you have 3 minutes to jumpstart your dreams. Go ahead and pitch right now.
Meet John. John constantly gets stomach aches after his meals, but he doesn't know the allergen behind it. He doesn't have money or resources to pay for an allergy specialist, and he feels like he has no peer support. Well, what if I told you? John is not alone. In Hong Kong, 60% of the adult population have undiagnosed allergy symptoms. However, there's only one allergy specialist in 1.5 million people. This just goes to show there's a huge critical shortage for allergy support in Hong Kong. Therefore, let us introduce AllerTree. We're an all-in-one allergy management app that aims to fill the market gaps. We're interactive, supportive, and informative for our allergy community. We will have 5 main functions: the scanner, the tracker, the AI consultancy chats, professional consultancy calls, and community sharing. So without further ado, let me allow my teammates to delve deeper.
So how does the app work? You see, John is now using our scan features. He points his phone at the product and scans the ingredients label. Our app reads all the ingredients and compares them with John's allergy profile. If there is any risk, the app will show a clear safety alert and list the detected allergens. This makes it fast and easy for him to check food, skincare, or medicine products before he uses it. After the scan, John can move to the track screen. Here he records what he ate and any symptoms he feels. He can set the severity level with a simple slider and tap on symptoms like rash or cough. Each entry is saved in a calendar so he can see patterns over time. This calendar helps John understand his trigger and have a better, clearer talks with his doctor.
And for instant help, AI consultation. Picture John hit by sudden rush and no clue what triggered it. He then can type AI chat. Our AI assistant can reply instantly. It tracks fast, hands-off complex case smoothly, ditching from risky Google search for 24/7 reliable guidance and advice. And for expert eyes, real consultation. John can filter top specialists by specialty and language. Choose his slots plus video or chat. Just around 700 to 800 Hong Kong dollar, which is way cheaper than clinics and no more waiting. While John still feels lonely at times though. Introducing Community. John jumps into community, follow allergy matches, and find safe causeway bay eat. Loneliness vanished through shared recipes, stories, and real connection.
So now let me show you how we make it sustainable and impactful. So Allergy generates revenue through free smart stream. First, subscription for unlimited scans and AI support. Second, consultation commissions connecting users to specialists. And third, advertisement reaching
Time's
Hong Kong's
up. Please wrap up in one sentence.
So Allergy isn't just an app, it's a healthier lifestyle and empowered families. Thank you.
Thank you. And judges, questions, please.
Hello, may I know if you have already an MVP developed already?
Thank you for the question. The app is already it is ready to use, but it's just not yet in the App Store.
I see. So I want to also know that if there's any current user is already using and already actively giving you feedback, like beta test users already have some sort of feedbacks for you guys already?
So we are planning to have our beta testing in May. So now we are still running the bugs and trying to test whether the ingredients and the scans is okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the ideas. Have you estimated the target market size of your target segment? And also, I would like to know more about your marketing plan. How do you promote and reach to these segments?
Thank you for your question. So let me dive deeper into the marketing plan first. So Allergy is aiming to be targeted for all ages because we think that allergy symptoms range from kids to elderlies. So first, we're going to target education. So as a lot of schools already have allergy education, we're planning to collab with universities and secondary schools to allow us to introduce this platform to these students as well as their integrated learning. And for elderlies and adults, we're going to plan to have our app showcased in, for example, supermarkets or pharmacy stores like Watson's. And therefore, when they're scanning for ingredients, when they're shopping, they can also see what products can fit their allergy symptoms. And in terms of your first part of your question, we plan to have around maybe 5,000 people in our market because we recognize that even though a lot of people have allergy symptoms, 60% of the population, that not everyone will use online apps to track their symptoms.
Any last questions by judges? Quick one.
So what kind of challenge that you could expect to face when you roll out to the market?
So I think one of our challenges is definitely finding a professional consultant because in Hong Kong, there actually aren't a lot of allergy specialists. And we definitely have to do, first of all, heavy research on who is qualified. And as well as telehealth has its own precautions because it's...
Please wrap up in one sentence.
Yeah, our main problem is that we have to solve allergy specialists, how we can find it, and how we can connect them better with our clients.
Thank you very much. Everyone, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Spark Up. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you. All right, next up, please welcome, with also another round of applause, S-Save. Please come on the stage. Now, we know that driving sleepy. Yes, drowsy driving is a leading cause of global traffic accidents, yet existing solutions are often very intrusive and limited to luxury vehicles. Now, SenseSafe offers a breakthrough, a non-intrusive safety solution that is powered by AI vision technology. So you know the drill, 3 minutes presentation, 3 minutes Q&A. Now, right now, everyone, you have 3 minutes to jumpstart your dreams. Go.
Okay, good afternoon, judges. Last month, during our pilot test, a taxi driver named Mr. Wong told us something. And he said, I have been driving 14-hour shift for 12 years. And there was one thing keeping me awake, is cigarettes. My wife hates the smell of it. My doctor hates my lungs. But what else do I have? That's stuck with us. According to the World Health organizations, every 27 seconds, someone dies on the road. One of 5 of those crashes because of a driver's fell asleep. This is not just a life-threatening situations. This is a cost burden away. And Sensafe could have that detect drowsiness and awakes you with a miss. When Drive delivers real-time detection, sense innovation in 2 seconds, and connect alert to fleet and management or lovers ones when they need help the most. It's an add-on device, and any car with a USB port can use it. So how does it work? 3 steps. We detect symbols through your mobile devices, eye closure, heart check, brain rate, even in total darkness. We decide which scent and how strong based on your drowsiness level, and we deliver image you are driving at 1 a.m. Your eyes start to close and a cold peppermint mist hits your face, you're awake. And it's time to know, let you to know it's time to pull over. And this is not just an idea. Over the past 3 months, we secure industry support and our patent. We launched pilot tests with Google X, and Taiwan Motors, and they deployed over 100 units. And we active negotiations for US market entry. We conduct user interface with over 300 drivers and passengers. Active for approval rates and our B2C rate.
Time's up. Please wrap up in 1 sentence.
Passengers, B2C, 34 and going rates.
And judges, please raise any questions you have.
Hi.
Hello?
So when you build this solution, which part of the solution is innovation in your opinion? The business use case part is very clear, it's very innovative, but how about the tech part?
So in our project, some of you may wondering why are we using aroma, and the aroma will be the driver will get familiar with the aroma, but inside our Sensafe inside the cases we have 2 kind of aroma inside the case, and according to AI. According to each time we spray the aroma, we can detect the driver's faces to how their feedback on the aroma, and we can change the intensity or the spray rate and to have a better emotion.
Okay, thank you.
So may I know what's how you charge your client, your business model, or your potential customer group is, what is it? I want to know your forecast more.
We're focusing on we focus on the B2B and the B2C. We're selling the devices and aroma refills to the commercial fit, and they subscribe to our dashboard. Yep. Yeah, and after we getting enough data, and we can have have the better AI detection or the aroma selection on their preferences.
So what is the accuracy for the detection right now?
So we are still doing the pilot testing, and during the last week, we received the feedback on the Google form. We have the 70% or the 80%.
Time's up.
of
Please
the
wrap up in one
accuracy
sentence.
of the-
You can wrap up in one sentence. That's okay.
May we finish?
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. All right. SSA, big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, looks like the final team is coming up next. We have Neuroflow. So please board the stage, members of Neuroflow. Just a little bit about them. Now, they have developed an AI-driven wellness platform that is turning wearable biometrics into personalized mental health support for Hong Kong professionals through stress reduction and timely interventions. So as you probably know, 3 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for the Q&A. Ready? Please jumpstart your dreams now.
Look at the person next to you. Chances are one of you are facing mental health problems or stress right now. And we didn't make that statistic up. There's 84% of people that don't seek help despite struggling. There's a 140% surge in student mental health problems, and there's a 2 billion Asia-Pacific mental health app market unaddressed. So why Neuroflow now, you may ask? Well, there's government scaling, increasing, 3 to 9 mental health centers, and an explicit AI push in their policy address. There's record high levels of stress, Hong Kong's third globally for smartwatch penetration, hence our wearables, and finally, current users are fed up with existing solutions. So look at our user persona Marcus. He's part of the slash generation, which means people juggling multiple jobs instead of just one job. So he's doing multiple part-times, he's exhausted, he works 60 hours a week, and existing solutions don't work for him. Why? Wearables tell him he's tired, but not what to do. Meditation app feels generic and not in Cantonese, and finally, he won't see a therapist. He wants to do everything, but his mind breaks. So if he's facing chronic stress, work overload, and also social isolation. How can we fix that? Detect, analyze, nudge, our 3-step analyzing system. His wearable detects his stress levels, HRV, etc. Harmony extracts stress biomarkers, and finally, our app sends a context-aware nudge at the right moment. He can also use Harmony, our AI buddy, to help him relieve stress. And finally, our community feature to help him feel less socially isolated. So you may ask, do our users actually use this? Well, here's what the data says, and how we try to target 3 times better retention than the average of the industry. So we have instant personalization, micro habits, and also local community to help people stick to the app. And we target 12% compared to the 3 to 5% of the industry average. And in our survey data, more than half of them are interested in the core features, as well as viewing Cantonese as important. Here's our 12-month roadmap. We try to target students first in the phase 1, then corporate, and finally continue scale and launch. So how can we differentiate ourselves? Well, you can see Weltery combines physical and mental data, but no Cantonese and voice emotion analysis. And then Whoop and Aura is for physical trackers, and Common Headspace doesn't have Cantonese support. We have all of those at Neuroflow. So our business model is a SaaS, freemium SaaS with a recurring revenue model. So we're going to do campus wellness programs, corporate B2B to C, creative partnerships, and viral mechanics to have a 10 to 15% free-to-paid conversion. We're targeting 3 to 4 million Cantonese slash workers across Hong Kong Greater Bay Area. But the reason why we're going to focus on Hong Kong first is to validate our product market fit as our beachhead. So why Greater Bay Area, you may ask? Well, there's identical dynamics, same Cantonese, same slash burnout, same stress, same dynamics, which is why it's easy to scale towards the Greater Bay Area later on.
Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Now, judges, any questions you might have? Judges, any questions for this team?
So I'm quite interested in this part is because I want to know more about your technology mode. Because it seems like it's quite easy to copy your model in doing so. So what is the work that you will do to differentiate your app to other wellness app that is already here and also will be coming into this market?
Thank you for your question. Well, first of all, we're like one of the first Cantonese-based like AI wellness apps. So competitors can't really just flip a switch and compete locally. So if we get to the local market first, then when we get these like biometric data, combining it with our stress detection system, more users means better AI means better product means more users. And as more users continue to use our app, our advantage compounds over time to basically own most of the local market. Yeah, thank you.
And I think I want to add on is that because we are the first Cantonese AI that we want to aim for the Hong Kong flagship. So what we are trying to do for the next step, we will be more on the voice analysis, maybe on the conversational, like how we can detect maybe the speech of the Cantonese that we can detect their emotion and how it affects with their current emotional state and also their mental health. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions by our judges? We still have about 1 minute.
So how about your value propositions that you talk about that is only for Cantonese, right? So after Hong Kong, which market are you looking for?
Thank you for your question. So after for Hong Kong, we will aim to go to the GBA, which is because the reason why is that they have a very similar culture in working. For example, the 996, and also they have a very they need to work extra time, so that if we can use our own data and also we can refine on our model, we can actually push ourselves to the greater market. But at the same time, no need for us to go for a totally different language, so that at the same time we can push ourselves to further. But at the same time, no need to take a lot of risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like we're about good for time. Let's give them a big round of applause again. Thank you very much, NeuroFlow. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you for that. All right, well, from student founders just starting their journey to experienced entrepreneurs just building the next generation of startups, one thing connects all of us here, the founder spirit. Now, and speaking of founders, you may have spotted that, around the venue, you see that the teams, some of our judges, our speakers, we're wearing this t-shirt, are we not? Me inclusive, I'm wearing it inside my suit. Now, it's not just a tee, it's actually a collaboration between JUMPSTARTER 2026, the Aim Higher Club, that's founded by Hong Kong's high jump record holder. She's Cecilia Yuemen Wei, and Determinant, made specifically for every founder and builder that is in this room. Now, we know what you love. Well, of course, you love startup casual, so we added purpose to that look. Designed by Aim Higher Club, produced by Determinant with VizStride, that's the sweat-free technology, and 20% recycled cotton. So positivity, we have tech innovation and sustainability, all blended into one t-shirt. Now, so also a small reminder that you're not alone in this grind. To everyone that has received one, please wear it proudly for the Aim Higher Club and Determinant. Thank you for making this happen. Let's give them a big round of applause too. Thank you, really appreciate it. And together we can aim higher, we can jumpstart, and we can stay determined. Now let's get back to the highlight of the day, which is, of course, the top 5 finalists of the JUMPSTARTER for One Earth Global Pitch Competition. And we're about to reveal which 5 startups actually made it to the next round. Now, first, the audience, again, has spoken, and I'm just going to move out of the way so you can see it. You've cast your votes, and the results are in. Now, let's look at the screen for the People's Choice top 5. That's what you guys voted. Okay, let's take a look. We got FinCatch, we got Code Create, we got Mui Robotics, we got 10 Life, we got Sleep Up. Let's put our hands together for them. Congratulations to these 5 teams. All right, people love you guys. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, which is after all of the rigorous deliberation, our distinguished judges have selected their JUMPSTARTER 2026 top 5. Now, to honor these outstanding JUMPSTARTers, let's welcome our award presenter, Mr. Prasad Verma. Now, he's the Chief Technology Officer at Plaza Premium Group to unveil the top 5 teams. Mr. Prasad Verma, please join me on stage. Now, this is very important because we have the 5 teams to announce and make sure, yes, we have everything needed. So let's have them on stage with me first. Would you like to join me on stage? We need you for this segment. It's very important. We actually just need you. Nothing else yet, or if you want to hold them, that's fine too. He likes to come prepared. All right, Mr. Verma, can you join me on stage first? Yes. So with this is what I need you to do for me. Let's see where's the results from our lovely staff. Please hand it to him so he can announce it for us. Now I know. Okay, so these are for the prize. All right, so, it's right here. Perfect. Would you like to take the liberty to announce these names for us, just in order?
TGO, TG0, Quarbotech, Ocello Labs, 10 Life, and KDOOM Technologies.
Congratulations! These 5 teams are advancing to the final round. All right, congratulations to our top 5 finalists. Please join us. Make your way to the stage. TGO, or TG0, Quarbotech, Ocello Labs, 10 Life, KDOOM Technologies, please join us. Please find your way and stand in front of your logo and make sure we have a beautiful picture coming up. Congratulations! Congratulations! Now, just a little bit about them. Now, TG0, AI-powered flexible sensing polymers that is replacing electronics for intuitive interfaces in automotive, robotics, healthcare, and sports. Now, we have Quarbotech. CarboGlow Boost Corp yields up to 60% via enhanced photosynthesis, and that's cutting fertilizer use. Ocello Labs, AI surgical planning, plus 3D printed patient implants for bone and facial reconstruction. All right, and moving on, we have 10 Life. That is Fair Digital Insurance Companion for transparent and user-centric comparisons. Last but not least, after that, we have KDOOM Technologies, which is AI-driven fertility testing. Yes, that's what they do, is AI-driven fertility testing, and it simplifies reproductive health in China. Let's give them a big round of applause. Yes, and let's do another special photo moment to celebrate our top 5 finalists. Plaza Premium Group is delighted to offer 2 complimentary 3-hour access passes to the exclusive Plaza Premium First Lounge at Hong Kong International Airport to each team. Plaza Premium's First is our elevated lounge brand. Yes, a perfect blend of comfort and luxury, with gourmet dining options and a very relaxing lounge space, all designed to recharge and elevate your journey after this important competition. All right, let's make sure we have the perfect photo, and please follow the instructions from our photographers and videographers. There's a video. All right, wave to the camera, say hi, say yay. All right, let's do a few more photos. Perfect, perfect. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause once again. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Verma, for your presence, and congratulations again to our top 5. Wow, everyone, please be seated. What an achievement. Woo! And for everyone that's with us right now, don't feel shy. I see that there's some more seats. It's free seating, except for the reserved seats. So please do grab yourself a seat if you don't feel like standing. All right, and it looks like the stage is all set for the ultimate challenge. Now, our top 5 teams are gearing up, and what are they doing? They are going to come up here and they will deliver their final pitches to our esteemed judges. And speaking of judges, it's time to introduce our fantastic panel of 11 lead judges. So as I introduce them, everyone, let's put our hands together and also welcome them to take their seat as I announce their name. Now first, we have Amir Shlomo Lati, Consulate General of Israel, Hong Kong, and Macau. Let's put our hands together and welcome, or thank them rather. And we have Mr. Andy Lee, CFO of Crystal Group. We have Arthur Chow, CEO of Six Waves, Mr. Bernard Chan, Chairman and President, Asia Financial Holdings, Clara Hong, Associate Director, Ecosystem Development, Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park Limited. We have Derek Chim, Head of Startup Ecosystem and Development, Hong Kong Science and Technology Parks. We have Edgar Tang, CEO of Esquel Group, Georgina Chu, Chief Corporate Development Officer of Cyberport. And we also have John Ng, CFO Lee Kum Kee. We have Karen Lau, Chief Operations Officer of Sunway iLabs. And of course, last but not least, Mr. Kim Chong, Chief Risk Officer, Hong Kong Investment Corporation. Let's give them a big round of applause. Everyone, please make yourself comfortable, take your seat, as we will require, yes, your deliberation and all of your opinions, all of your attention. So everyone, please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you so much to our judges. And for those of you that's in the audience, in case you're not aware of what happens behind the scenes, it's never easy being the judges, because not only do they have to spend their time, their expertise, their deliberation, sometimes maybe fighting with each other a little bit so that they can decide who's the best team amongst our best of the best is never easy. Now, to host the upcoming top 5 pitches, everyone, please welcome our 2 incredible leaders who knows what it takes to build, who knows what it takes to inspire. Now we have Ms. Sarah Tong, co-founder of Big Bang Academy, and Ms. Irene Tseng, founder and CEO of Lift Women Group. Let's put our hands together and welcome them on stage. Ladies, please take the stage. And I believe you've actually seen one of them yesterday. They were actually on our panels. Ladies, can I please have you join us on stage? Because I will hand the stage over to you, where you take over this next segment. Well, of course, one of our judges, Mr. Bernard Chan, thank you so much. You just made it on time. Perfect. Can't do without you. All right, and let's see, where's our 2 MCs? Miss Sarah Tong and Miss Irene Tseng, please join me. Always need to do the final touches. Ladies need to look nice before we come onto the stage. All right, let's see, make sure they're mic'd up. I remember there's a time when someone invited me on stage and there's no mic, so it's like I didn't exist. So let's make sure they have a mic in hand. Now, so everyone coming up, you do not want to miss this. So please be part of this with us while we put our hands together and have the 2 ladies take over this segment for me. Thank you so much. Sarah and Irene, over to you.
Thank you. Of course, we know how pitching can be so nerve-wracking, so we were trying to delay a little bit, give the finalists a bit of time to breathe. So sorry about the delay. Hi, Sarah.
Hey, hello everyone, and welcome to the top 5 finalist pitching session at JUMPSTARTER 2026. And I am Sarah, the co-founder and CEO of Big Bang Academy, Asia's leading STEAM and AI academy for kids aged 3 to 14 years old. Our mission is to help every kid think like a scientist, build like an engineer, and speak like a CEO. We started as a bold idea in 2020, and I'm proud to say that Alibaba Entrepreneur Funds believed in us early as our seed investor. Since then, we've grown to serve over 35,000 kids across Asia, Hong Kong, and the Greater Bay Area. So yes, founders, I know exactly how it feels like to stand where today's finalists are standing. And actually, I do know what it feels like to not get funded too, but let's not talk about that today.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. So absolute pleasure and privilege to be here today, hosting this grand finale alongside Sarah. My name is Irene Sang. I'm the founder and CEO of Lift Women Group from Australia. So Lift Women is a global leading funding platform for women. We help women get funded and access to capital through our AI-powered fundraising platform to raise non-dilutive capital, and through our AI launch co-pilot to help you start business faster and smarter, and also our global accelerator programs, and of course, our institutional partnership across APAC. So today, we've already funded, helped, coached thousands of women and to get them seed and Series A ready across 15 countries and serve over 20,000 community members, and also help them raise millions in funding. And because we work with founders and investors every single day, so I saw firsthand how challenging it is when it comes to access to capital, especially for women. Tell you a statistics. Today, globally, only 2.3% of venture capital invest in women-led startups. So we have a lot to do to improve this disparity together. And of course, by witnessing so many pitches, I know how difficult and nerve-wracking it can be to pitch on stage. So to be honest, I'm quite glad that me and you, Sarah, we don't need to pitch today.
Couldn't agree more. And I have to say, like, having a very big audience here, my palms are a little sweaty just by hosting. I was just running back to the stage. So I can only imagine what's happening with our finalists right now. So to our 5 finalists, may I know where you are now? Are you at the backstage? Okay, yes, to our 5 finalists, we've been in your shoes. So we know the sleepless nights, the pivots, the rejections, and the moments you almost gave up but didn't. So today is your moment. We are rooting for every single one of you.
Yeah, and all these 5 top finalists already beaten hundreds of the competitors to get on this stage. So they are about to take the spotlight. But let's quickly go through the roadmap of today's pitch finale.
Sure, so that's how it's going to work. Each of our top 5 finalists will have 3 minutes. 3 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 3-minute Q&A session where our esteemed judging panel here, we have a powerful group of industry leaders with us today, and let's welcome them now with a big round of applause.
Incredible, incredible panel of judges. Thanks so much for offering your time. And our judges will evaluate each pitch based on 4 key criteria. Number 1, innovation and industry disruption. How groundbreaking is the idea? Second, business model traction, growth potential, and strategies. Is the company scalable and sustainable? Number 3, team background and strength. Can the team execute their vision? Last but not the least, impact and sustainability. So how does the business contribute to a better world?
And after all the pitches, the judges will score each team live, and that's the very exciting and nerve-wracking part. We'll then invite our top 5 founders back to the stage for a feedback session, where we'll ask some of our judges to share their insights as well. And don't worry, finalists, we've got your back. Irene and I will make sure to challenge the judges on their reasoning too, because founders helping founders. And after all, feedback is a two-way street.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and the team with the highest cumulative score will be declared the winner. And in the event of a tie, we will then have 2 winners. So finalists, the floor is yours now, so make every second count.
All right, let's waste no time. Let's welcome our first finalist, TG0, AI-powered flexible sensing polymers replace electronics for intuitive interfaces in automotive, robotics, healthcare, and sports. Please, a big round of applause to welcome TG0. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. And so we are TG0, and I'm the co-founder Liu Chengguo. So what TG0 does is trying to build a tangible generation 0. We're trying to rebuild the touch-sensible surface for everyone. Sorry, this doesn't work. Anybody can help? Okay. So basically, right now we can tell the AI can help with the speak. AI can help with the hear because we have a large language model. AI also can help with the computer vision. Basically, the machine can see, can hear, but machine can't feel the touch of the sense. So we want AI can help with that. So from 10 years ago, in 2015, after I graduated from Imperial College with a PhD, I trying to rethink about the sensing. So in the past, people, they may use a lot of sensors in the sensing surface. For example, if you want to make the robotic body to sense you, the robot body, they need to have a lot of sensors embedded inside. That's first, will increase the cost. Second, will increase the power consumption because you need a lot of sensors embedded inside. Third, the complexity because you need to connect all these sensors together. But with I'm trying to think a new way. So for example, can we use the AI just capture signal from the surface? For example, you use the surface with a tactile or with a conductive material, and then we can detect the signal change. For example, capacitance change or other signal change from the surface. And then we use AI to the signal processing. And then we use that signal processing for the interaction, and we remap this signal to an interaction. That's how we build our sensing technology. And with this technology, we can reduce the cost. We can remove all these sensors. We remove all the cables, and we can reduce the power consumption. It's not power hungry anymore. And remember, nowadays, when people talk about AI, AI is always power hungry, always large language model. But 10 years ago, I'm start thinking, if we want to put the AI inside the device, we must make sure this AI is lightweight, is small, it should consume very little power. Otherwise, you can't really squeeze it into a small device. So, like 10 years ago, I started to do this work to put the AI into the embedded system. We build our AI by ourselves. We don't use any open source AI. In 2015, there's no any open source AI in that time. And so that's why our technology builds based on the embedded AI. So basically, this lightweight AI can run on a $0.1 hardware. We buy this hardware chip from the market. It's not we build the hardware by ourselves. And then we put the algorithm inside the chip, and we can read the data.
Time's up for the pitching. Yeah. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
We will now follow up with 3 minutes of Q&A session. To the judges, please. Feel free to raise any questions.
Thank you. And one more thing I want to say is, in last 10 years, and we already grew to 50 people in London. And then in last 2 years, we went to Hong Kong. We set
Well, one of our judges want to start with a question.
Yep.
Can we have a mic for the judges, please?
Yeah, you didn't actually finish your pitch, but can you elaborate more about your company? So when you talk about AI,
yeah.
So this is more of the algorithm that you're developing, or the sensing material, or the sensor itself. What is it that is so different that you have developed compared with what's available in the market?
Yeah, thank you so much. So first of all, if we talk about the traditional way, so normally if you want to put a surface, make surface have a tactile function, you have to put a lot of sensors inside. And these sensors will give you some reading about the touch, of the pressure, about some twisting and the interaction. This is the traditional way. But in our way, we're trying to remove all these sensors. And instead, we not really invent any new material. We analyze existing material. For example, right now you are using wood, you are using a polymer, or you are using plastic or glasses or even metal. We use your existing material. If your material is tangible, or if your material is conductive, we can read the signals from this material, and then we do the data analysis. So basically, our algorithm is based on AI, and it's not our material. So basically, we not invent this material. Secondly, if your material is non-conductive, for example, some glasses is non-conductive, and then we will add one more layer, and this layer can be seen as 0.1 millimeter. And then we still use the data analysis instead of relying on hardware, relying on the sensors inside. And that's why our company has won a lot of awards. We invented these totally new things. Last year, we won the Future 50, which is a top UK program, and we were invited by Prime Minister to visit number 10. And we also Best of Britain Tech. Thank you.
Please go ahead with the question.
Thank you very much. I saw in the previous slide that you have a lot of automobile companies are clients or investors. Could you give 2 examples of how companies already assimilated your technology and in what sense and pragmatic sense it used them to be more cost efficient or more environmental friendly?
Yes, thank you. So in last several years, and for example, there are many companies have used our technology. So first of all, our company, we spent 5 years to make this technology work. And in the last 3 years, and we have some clients, for example, like Bentley or some other automotive company, they want to build a smart car seat. Because right now, the car, they can't really recognize you. And with our technology, we put the whole seat, can sense your sitting posture, they can recognize who you are, and recognize your shape of your back. And also safety, if you put the safety belt. And in that case, in the past, if they want their work, they have to put a lot of sensors inside. But right now, they just use our tech. And we reduce the cost, only $0.1. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause to our team number 1, TG0. Thank you very much.
Amazing, great start. Just a kind reminder to the finalists that we do quite sharp in the time, so 3 minutes presentation and 3-minute Q&A. So thanks for the great start. So now the next up is Quant Biotech. Please help me welcome Quant Biotech.
Hi, my name is Shiho. At Carbotech, we are revolutionizing photosynthesis. So there's this cutting-edge technology called carbon quantum dots, which happened to win the Nobel Prize in chemistry. And at Carbotech, what we do it differently is we have a green patented process to produce organic carbon quantum dots from agricultural waste. And with these organic quantum dots, we developed the world's first foliar photosynthesis enhancer that enhance light utilization of plants by up to 2 times. So by 2050, global food demand will increase by 56%. And yet, farmers are facing rising input costs, climate volatility, and a lot more challenging factors. What if we can produce more food with less farmland, at the same time reducing chemical pesticide usage? And our secret lies in the leaves. Photosynthesis is the fundamental process of plants utilizing sunlight. And the fact is, only 4% of light energy is being absorbed, meaning 96% of the light energy available in the environment is wasted. Yeah. So what we do, our material, it's a photoluminescent carbon nanoparticle, which helps boost photosynthesis by up to 2 times. Imagine like giving a solar panel upgrade for plants. And our product, CarboGrow, containing these carbon quantum dots, it's already validated by third parties across more than 40 types of crops, 8,000 acres of farm, achieving up to 60% yield improvement. And for example, in Pakistan, cotton growers have enjoyed 82% improvement in yield. So we are not talking about yield increase, but we are talking about income transformation. And our material has other potential. So we have proven to be used on traditional herbs or medicinal herbs to increase bioactive compound by up to 2 times. And this is at TRL 7. And also boosting the efficiency of solar cell, and that is at TRL 3. So these are the partners that we have across different countries. And our team comprises Dr. Shraya, who is also the world's top 2% scientist for 3 consecutive years with 2 decades in nanotechnology. I bring 15 years of experience in international business, and Amiro is a second-time founder. So we are going to raise 5 million for our next round to scale our market entry, regulatory certification, and also further R&D.
Yeah, I'm sorry, time is up.
Yeah, thank you.
Greg Page. Now, Q&A time. Judges? Am
Yes.
I see that you work a lot with developing countries. What is your pricing models? How do you get to the farmer, and how do you make your product on one hand affordable to the single farm, on the other hand still lucrative for you?
Yeah, so because our raw material is from agricultural waste, and we typically use empty fruit bunches in the palm oil industry, and also rice husk. So our raw material is relatively cheap. And for cost comparison, for one smallholder farmer to use at 1 hectare of rice field, they just need to spend about $60 per crop cycle. So it's comparable to their fertilizer expenses. So it's not something that is too expensive for them. And what is more interesting is that if they spend $1 on our product, they will get back 5 times ROI due to the yield improvement. Yes.
Question about your go-to-market strategy. So have you estimated how big is your total addressable market? And because you talk about farmers in Pakistan and elsewhere, right? So how do you go to reach out to them?
Yeah, so we work closely with different partners and distributors in different regions, and that's our scaling strategy. So we work with seed producers, agrochemical trader, or even some agrochemical manufacturer, because our product can also be embedded as one of the additive into agri-input like foliar fertilizer or even pesticide. And what we do in Southeast Asia region, we work closely with Ministry of Agriculture or Department of Agriculture to get this product being subsidized for the lower income smallholder farmers.
I do have a question. So most of the data is based on your company trials, but it's not a industry-wide type of number. How are you going to convince the users to adopt this technology? How are you going to scale the trial, the result of the trial?
So all these data are actually by our customers or piloting partners in different countries. So it's not like the pilot that we did on our own. So we have all these partners, distributors who are executing pilots in different countries, and this is the average number. So for example, in China, we are working with 2 distributors, and they were on the ground collecting all these piloting data to get our product registered with the Ministry of Agriculture in China. Yeah.
Great. We can take one more question, quick one. Anyone? Judges? Okay.
Yes.
What are your negative impacts? I mean, you have double the photosynthesis. Would it be a draw to water? Would it cause drought in the area?
One short answer, please.
Yeah, so actually we have seen intrinsic water usage is even more efficient, but one downside could be the acceleration of growth that increase the aging of bigger trees. So that could be one downside, yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, incredible stuff from Carbotech.
Well
a very big round of applause for them. And yeah, please remember to take your plants. Our third finalist, let's welcome Ozio Labs to the stage. Big round of applause for our third finalist.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mark from Ozio Labs. At Ozio Labs, we solve the most complex surgical challenge using 3 things. First, AI-led surgical planning, personalized surgery, and third, biodegradable material that disappear once the body heals. Today, surgery faces 3 fundamental problems. First, it's imprecise or expensive. Off-the-shelf implants don't fit with the patient. Truly personalized solution exists, but it's cost a fortune. Second, planning is painful. Surgeons need to spend amount of hours manually planning a single case. And third, the titanium implant themselves become the problems. Because it's not resolved, the patient must face a second surgery just to remove the implants, including is adding risk, cost, and recovery times. Let me tell you about Myra. She born with the jaw misalignment. She struggled in chewing, speaking, and her own confidence. When she decided to enter the operations, her surgeon already spent 40 hours in planning and 18 hours in the operations. What about the result? Average. Not because the surgeon lack of the skill, but because the tool they used weren't good enough. That's what exactly OsteoLab was built to change. We do it through our 4 core technology pillars. First, OsteoVision, a platform that combines the AI to help the surgeon planning faster with no guesswork. Second, our osteometric, a structure that promotes up to 60% bone ingrowth, and the same structure also controls the degradation rate of the magnesium. And third, every single of our implants have been manufactured through our Osteo Optimize, our topology optimization that we optimize shape, load, to make sure that it carries the right amount of the stress to prevent the surrounding bone from weakening. And fourth, what ties it all together is the bioresorbable magnesium implant that gradually dissolves over time. By the time that bone fully heals, the implant is gone. By combining all 4 pillars, we built a portfolio of 69 products across comprehensive surgery, including in the orthopedic surgery and maxillofacial surgery. We hold more than 30 patents across 4 countries. And all of the devices are made under the certified manufacturing facilities and also have amazing partner in Switzerland and USA. OsteoLab now live in 3 countries. First is in Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and we signed a distribution agreement in the EU, and we're targeting to expand to the US within 2027. The medical device market is growing fast, but with 3 key technologies differentiate from another. We have AI-led planning, and we are a few companies that provide software and hardware. And third, bioresorbable material, one that the industry haven't been able to deliver until now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Now I'll pass the floor to the judges.
Can you talk a little bit more how you, when you scale globally, how you actually plan for a regulatory strategy as well as the clinical trial in different locations?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. First of all, we have the platform that's used for communicate between our team and surgeons around the world, which I mentioned, which is the first of our pillar. OsteoVision is the web-based platform that surgeons around the globe can access to our channel, and we use this channel to communicate with the surgeons, and this platform also used for planning and design the device based on each patient's CT scans.
Yeah, but my question is actually you have local regulators, right? So you need to deal with the local regulators as well as the local clinical trial requirements. So how are you going to do that?
For the regulation part, thanks to the medical device regulatory, there are one standard called ISO 13485. This is the standard, the global standard, which is have the document that for testing and for the filing to many FDA around the world. But in order to expand globally, we have the part. So as I mentioned, we are planning to go to the US within 2027, right? So in the US, they accept 510K. So if OsteoLab can entry in the States, there are many countries, such as in the South America or in like Africa, they also accept this 510K as a standard for their country. So if I can entry just only one of the big or head that control the regulatory, it means I can entry to many countries that accept the system.
Can you elaborate a little bit more about how are you going to get the surgeons to apply your software and your hardware, because it takes a lot of training. What's the plan on that?
Okay. First of all, like I mentioned, we have the platform, right? By the way that we communicate to our surgeons is we have the platform that's very intuitive to use. So it's just like when we go through, we have the step by step. And second, we have the distributor across like big country. As I mentioned, we have in the USA, also in the Europe, which is in the Switzerland. So by by entry each country, we need to have a KOL, like the lead surgeon in that country, to be the first to implement our system into the country. And by using this system, we can separate into like the subgroup in the country.
Thank you very much for this brilliant session. A round of applause.
Thank you very much.
OCL Labs.
Well done. So let's welcome our fourth finalist, 10 Life, a fair digital insurance company for transparent, user-centric comparisons. Please welcome 10 Life.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis. I am the CEO and founder of 10 Life. Our company has one very simple mission, to bring fair insurance to life. And why? Because of these victims like Diana, who actually lost almost all her life savings because of buying the wrong insurance product. And how do we solve that? And what is the problem with insurance today? Two things. First of all, insurance companies create products that are so complicated that most people don't understand. And how do they sell them? Recruit armies of agents and pay them high commission, essentially selling products that a lot of people don't understand. So how do we solve that? We created 5 years ago the Morning Star of Insurance, where our actuaries, instead of helping insurance companies make money, rate every product based on coverage, based on their terms and conditions, based on price. It wasn't easy. But after 5 years, every year now, we have 2.3 million users in Hong Kong. And more importantly, 87 of these users highly trust us as the indicator of good products. And with that, more than 30 insurance companies actually license our ratings for the use. But that wasn't enough. How do we solve the problem with high commission? We need to create the Robin Hood of insurance, the low-cost distributor. That's why we created Tenny, our AI advisors, which can essentially let our members enter their needs, and then our AI can actually find the products. And more importantly, we negotiate for lower commission with the insurance company so that the solution can be 80% cheaper than the regular traditional channel. And to ensure there's no orphan policies, Tenny can also do your claims, even policies that are not purchased from 10 Life. Take a photo. We figure out which policies can be claimed, how much, and more importantly, if you need help. We understand insurance also needs empathy. We have Google 5-star rated advisors that can help you when you need help, whether in sales or in claims. In fact, we have retrieved more than millions of dollars in rejected claims for our customers. Sorry, next one. Yes, and the early results has been quite phenomenal. We have up to 2.3 million users. We're going to be reaching 50 million of premiums sold this year. And in Q4, we have become profitable. Next slide. Yes. And now we're raising a Series B to expand in this market. Hong Kong is a $30 billion insurance market. So that's the first step we could capture. But in the next step, we're going to go beyond. We have a license in Thailand, Singapore, and then moving to Singapore and GBA this year. And our team, all from Hong Kong, half women, coming from insurance, distribution, and technology. And most importantly, if you recall the victims in the beginning, that was actually my mom. She passed away 2 years ago, but I kept a promise that we'll bring fair insurance to every loving mother, father, son, daughter for life. Thank you.
Thank you. So now Q&A time for judges.
Can you elaborate more about your business model? So are you just an agent recommending different insurance policies to people, or are you creating your own product? And how do you make money?
Yes, we have two components. So when we first launched 10 Life more than 5 years ago, we were essentially a rating agency and an information platform. The idea was you need to capture the top funnel of customer. Insurance is a very long tail purchase, so you need to have a lot of exposure into customer and bringing up the trust. So that was the first part of our business. We do get some fees from insurance company licensing our ratings, but then a year and a half ago, we launched the distribution channel, essentially a broker. But what we did was a hybrid. We have digital, but we also have real people. But the important thing is we increase the efficiency and reduce the cost. So for instance, one advisor can sell 100 policies a month because of how efficient the AI are. So AI does the heavy lifting, but then essentially a lot of times we do still need that empathy to close and to service the customer.
Georgina? Thank you. Follow up to the question from Edgar. Is it fair to say you're the Booking.com in the insurance industry?
I would say we are more like a hybrid, because for us, insurance is very complex. So it's not just booking, and if you're buying a travel insurance, it's a Booking.com. But the largest policy we sold was 800,000 US, but it's also coming from line. So we are essentially the doctor of insurance, but we're doing it hybridly.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for the special story. And it's also a kind of a follow-up question because you represent a platform. How will you scale up to other markets where you don't know the insurance players, where there are other platforms like yourself? In what sense you have technology that is better than your competitors in other markets that are not familiar to you?
I think first of all, insurance is, it does take time. So if I tell you that I can go and scale to all the other markets, then Facebook or Google or Alibaba probably have done it. So it does take time to do each market, but a lot of what we do, for instance, the rating system can be applied to any products in Asia. So we can do that quickly. At the same time, like I said, Hong Kong is a market that's over $30 billion, and it's bigger than Singapore and Thailand added together. So for us to even get 1% of Hong Kong market share, it's going to be huge. AIA, 50% of their profit is coming from Hong Kong. So our focus is the Hong Kong GBA and then expanding to other countries.
Thank you very much. Oh, one more?
Yeah, who bears responsibilities? The insurance company or your company or jointly? And are you going to be regulated by IRA, for example?
Quick answer, please.
Yes, we are definitely regulated. We're fully licensed brokerage. So definitely on the product side is done by the insurance company. So we sell essentially every product in Hong Kong from every insurer. And then from a advisory standpoint, we are accountable, and we have a very strong team. I have a founder that is essentially the actuary of the year in Australia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, 10 Live. Great pitch. Thank you.
Thank you. Time flies. Now, shall we welcome our final finalist of the day? Let's welcome KDOOM Technologies, AI-driven fertility testing that simplifies reproductive health in China. Please give it up for them.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leo, CEO of KDOOM. So you can see a lot of sperm on my slides. I'm the sperm guy. And the sperm is important for every man and every woman. So we believe building a family should not be full of stress, especially for men. So we use AI technology to solve these problems. We build it in 4 ways: the AI-based screening, treatment, preservation, and all powered by data. And we are not doing this alone. We are backed by the hospitals and institutions, including Science Park and the Hong Kong AI Lab. And now the solution for men of the sperm is broken. So it was slow, inefficient, and frustrating, so we use AI to fix it. And we start off the screening, and we will guide people to do the treatment and the sperm freezing, and at the end, we will accumulate data simultaneously. And the data finally will transfer the business value into the capital value. And the market is big and still going. And our competitor has proven the market, but they are lacking of AI-powered and real-time analysis, so we will do that. So here is our innovation. We minimize the hospital's big increment to this small one and can let users combine with their smartphone's front camera, and you drop your semen samples at home and record the sperm swimming video, upload it to our cloud. Our AI model will detect the concentration and mobility in real time, and they will give you the feedback. So it is cheap, easy to use, and private. So, and this device will give the result to our large AI androgen agent with large language model, and will give the recommendation a smarter way, and it will a closed loop. And then how we make money? We sell our product from 2B to C to G by e-commerce, by hospital, by government. And then these product sellings give us opportunities to go to the follow-up, the more high margin service revenue. And, sorry, cannot. Oh, we also create a new business model. We cooperate with insurance companies, which give us an outcome-based business model. There is no cure, no cost, and it will boom our profit unit and our conversation. And also we have the matrix for different price point for hospital use, for online sales, for the overseas market. And also our strategy is working. We achieved 3 million RMB revenue last year, and we will focus on our insurance business model this year and go to overseas. And we have a strong team. I used to be the GM of Labs, which is a famous AI. So I think Labs is also the top 5 in JUMPSTARTER 2020. And also we have guided by the top doctors in China and Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's pass to Q&A for the judges.
I have a question. Is that a diagnostic tool or is a medical device? Because as the diagnostics tool, then your cost and regulations are a lot less, but that might change. China, in particular in China, so that if the regulations require you to treat it as a medical device, how are you going to address your cost issue?
Okay, so that is a very good question. Actually, we now in China, it was we are applying for the medical device, but with our business position, we focus on the screening, not for the diagnostics, because it's cheap. We sell our product, and you can imagine that's more, it's only less than $10. And so you cannot compare with the professional equipment in hospital. So yeah, but we have done a lot of experiments comparing with professional hospital like Western China Hospital and Peking U Hospital, and the accuracy is more than 90% up. So our business position is for like screening. You don't want to go to hospital to doing such embarrassing that movement to get your semen out, and you can do it at home. So the screening is so result is okay, and we also have an updated version this year and doing the clinical research with the doctors in China.
How about your product? Any consideration on the cybersecurity to protect like the
cyber? Actually, so that is every time I meet with investors, they always ask this. Now we only sell in China, and now we have put our data in the private cloud in West China Hospital, because all these technicals and product we collaborate with official government-owned public hospital. But now we are have the planning to go to the States. Naturally, we have tried. And in States, we will do like, we just collect the your biology data. You mean the sperm video. But we will not collect the user information, like what's your name, how old are you, and your cell phone number, unless you give it, you accept it. So, thank you.
One more question.
I'll take this one. So your product is for screening.
Screening, yeah.
So how do you help people's infertility?
Mm-hmm. Actually, that is a very interesting. I'll give you a story. Why we do this? Because actually my partner is a doctor from Western China Hospital, and the many of his colleagues said, many men go to the hospital to doing a test, but they do not want to give back the sample, and we do the survey. Why they do not? But and we finally find it's not the patient's will. It's a lot of old hospitals do not have a special room for men. So we developed.
Thank you. Please wrap up the story because time is up.
Oh, sorry. So we can discuss later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have heard from all the 5 finalists, so please make a very, very big round of applause because it's not easy to finish their elevator pitches in 3 minutes.
Yeah, so while the judges was digesting and consolidating their marks, may I now invite our 5 finalists back on the stage? And please, can you have maximum up to 2 representatives from your company to come join us on the stage? Incredible pitches. Well done.
Okay, welcome back, founders. I'm sure we have all really enjoyed from your pitches from different, very diverse kind of industries and market as well. So this is your moment to not only hear your scores, but to get invaluable feedback from our world-class panel. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go through each of the 4 judging criteria one by one. For each criteria, we'll ask the judges to raise their cards. So you should have the cards on your table for the team that they believe excelled the most in that area. And then we'll invite specific judges to share their insights and ask questions. Please look at your company's name and please stand in front of your company accordingly.
Wow, exciting part. I'm glad that we don't need to judge. So a quick reminder for the judges, the four key criteria are innovation and disruption, business model, tractions and growth, team strength, impact and sustainability. So we're going to go through one by one. Let's begin with criteria 1, innovation and industry disruption. So judges, please raise your card for the startup that you feel demonstrate the most groundbreaking idea today. Judges, please.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Let me count. Can you please
please hold your cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 A's and 4 B's and 2 C's. So it seems like Team A scored the highest now. I actually have a question for Arthur. So Arthur, you're a leader in the competitive gaming and creative tech space. So your industry is known for making people addictive to games and also being recurring customer, right? So for the team that you scored highly, do you think their innovation has that stickiness, not only disrupting the market, but the customer will stay with them? Can you share your feedback?
Yeah, but before I do, I just want to congratulate everyone on stage. I think it's really tough to be, a finalist here, and we're just also talking about how hard it is for us to judge. But just to answer your question, I like Team A because I think it's really innovative, and they actually got a lot of awards to kind of like prove they're innovative, and also the application of their actually product or service is actually pretty wide. So that's why I picked Team A. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have a question for Mr. Amai. Like, I know you bring an incredible vantage point of global innovation perspective because of what you do. And do you think these ideas is going to, solve a universal challenge and really disrupt the industry?
To me, it sounded like, I have to say that your pitch should have been done for more than 3 minutes. There are a lot of elements that you didn't touch, but even against this backdrop, I found it the most disruptive technology from all the technologies that were presented today and with the biggest potential.
So I want to play this up a little bit. I realize that there are teams that have not been chosen by the judges. So for the teams that have not been chosen, do you want to take a chance to pitch with one line?
I think for us, definitely I think a lot of the other contestants have really good ideas, really innovation. But I think for us, we have always focused on the results and the impact. So a lot of times we do see that the best technology, especially in insurance, which is a very old field, is not necessarily the most innovative. It's essentially what actually helps an adoption. So I think I definitely congratulate the other one. I'm going to learn from them and see how I can actually add that innovation into our model. But I think for us, like I said, we have always been focused on what the social impact would be.
I would vote you for the gender diversity. You're the only team that have a women on stage.
That's what I'm saying about founders helping founders, so I'm not just saying it. Okay, so let's move on to criteria 2, which is business model, traction, growth potential, and strategies. Judges, please raise your cards for the startup you believe has the most scalable and sustainable business model. Oh, we have 2 already. Please raise your cards.
One more. Wow, interesting mix. I actually want to, sorry, did you get all the marks?
We've got 3 A's. Oh, we have a lot of D's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 D's. The majority is D.
I would be interested to ask Mr. Bernard. You chose E. Can you tell us a little bit more about your choices?
I guess it is the taboo. People don't want to talk about it. So I'm curious, maybe when this product is in full swing, maybe you'll be surprised. Just like no one wanted to talk about here right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I think the more bigger question, in fact, some of us asked ourselves here, and he didn't ever get a chance to explain, was whether this is actually have any use to infertility. I mean, people want to know, but exactly then what, right? So we haven't actually addressed the issue, but in terms of the business model, I don't know, maybe people will be eager to have, well, you got 1.4 billion people, half the people want to find out that's their own status.
Yeah, you've got to address the elephant in the room. Good point.
And I have a question for Karen. So Karen, as the COO of Sunway iLabs, you have a front row seat to startups scaling across Malaysia and the Southeast Asia region. So for the startup that you chose, could you give some feedback about if they were to expand into a new market in Southeast Asia?
I think I selected A because not really into targeting the Malaysian markets. It's because I think it's a product that targeting the high values industry. When you have more products produced, the cost will go down. And I do see that's a potential for the tractions and growth. And of course, if the founder is open to come over to Malaysia for the productions, it's definitely more than welcome to have you in Malaysia as well.
That's great. All right, let's move on. Does any judges want to express your view before we move on to category 3? Okay, so let's move on to category 3 is team background and strength. So judges, please raise your card for the team that you believe is best equipped to execute their vision.
Okay, please hold up your cards. Bernard is taking my smile. Okay. 3 A's, and then majority is B, Carbotech. Okay, that's great. So I have a question for Derek. So Derek leads the Hong Kong Science Park startup ecosystem, and you must have seen so many bright and talented founders all around the world. Joe, could you please elaborate more why you chose your team? Why did their team stand out to you?
I think the team TGC is trying to do is actually analyze the different materials and make it interactive, right? As we know, actually, today, everything needs to be interactive in order to make it usable, right? And you think about each material, their different behavior, and each material for different devices, they have different scenario and market needs. In order to execute that, the team need to be global by nature. The team need to be extremely technical, and yet the team need to know how to embed the products and scale it further. So in order to execute it, right, the team needs to be really diversified, really capable, and globalized. And that's why I choose Team A.
Thank you, Derek.
Yeah, I have a question for Georgina. So you lead up the corporate development for, you lead up the corporate development office. So you're the heart of the Hong Kong technology digital development. So much focus on today on AI. So how important is it for a founding team to demonstrate not just technical power and the team execution power?
I think most importantly is how to present your story, not make it more difficult. How is it connected to all of us who are laymen to all of your technologies? I chose BE for this one because he really knows his stuff in agriculture and how to grow the food. Myself, for one, I'm a vegetarian. So you really know how to increase the production of those plants and food to help the population, to help the world's famine. I think we really appreciate that. Thanks.
That's a great point. I really love your personality questions as well.
Okay, wonderful. Finally, let's address the final criteria, which is impact and sustainability. I think this is quite a hard one because every startup here has been making great impact so far. So judges, your cards, please. Wow. 入面倒. We've got A, B, C, D so far, but the highest score is Team B.
Wow. Okay. Maybe let me ask Ms. Clara, you picked Team B as well. Can you represent the Team B group to let us know what's your view?
Yeah, I think the founder also answered a good question when we asked about the sustainability, and also I think your products is also thinking about the environment. This is really important for saving the topic about the One Earth.
Yeah, agree.
I want to see for the judges who hasn't picked Team B, could you please try to defend your choice to everyone here?
First of all, I think his speech was very good, also on the human-to-human touch. And insurance is a basic product that a lot of people do not know about. And what it does is making it more accessible to users, no matter what age they are.
I chose Team A because we are in the textile and apparel industry. One of the things we're trying to do is to automate a lot of the process. So think about your technology. You basically simulate a human hand, right? There's a lot of fine movement in the human hand that we need to be able to use in order to automate the process. Right now, all the robotics cannot solve our problem. But with your technology, I'm just hoping that there's a way that we can simulate a very delicate piece of hand to do a lot of the fine jobs that it takes to make a piece of garment. So that's why I chose your company.
Wow, incredible feedback. I wish we could have more time to go into all your brains. Such an incredible insight, and that's pure gold to us and also to the finalists. So I think that's the end of the process. And now we're going to hand it back to the JUMPSTARTER team to finalize the score based on all your input. But I would like to thank the finalists for the one last time. You did an incredible job to be here on the stage, beating hundreds of other competitors. Well done. Can we all please give them the last round of applause? Very inspiring. And of course, thanks all the judges for incredible insight, feedback, and offering your time today to be with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you, Irene. Thank you, Sarah, for being such a great host. You're going to put me out of work, definitely. I need to get rid of you, too. And I'm just kidding. Now, big round of applause to all of our finalists on the stage while we send them back off stage. Thank you very much. That was great. And thank you, judges. Not easy. Wow. All right. Whew. Okay, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Now, after days of incredible pitches, all the bold ideas, and of course, a lot of the tough deliberation, it is time to celebrate the winners with all of you. Everyone that's watching at home, everyone that's with us, if you're still not with us yet, everyone at the back, please do join us. Standing, sitting, it doesn't matter. Now, for this, can I please first invite Miss Cindy Chow, Executive Director and CEO of Alibaba Hong Kong Entrepreneurs Fund, to come back on stage to announce the winners. Thank you, Cindy. And of course, we also need someone to present the awards. So everyone, let's put our hands also and welcome Mr. Bernard Chan, Chairman and President of Asia Financial Holdings, to join us on stage. Mr. Bernard Chan, please. We need you for this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So this is a very special moment. Are we all ready?
Yeah, let's wait
All
for
right.
Bernard.
Looks like Mr. Bernard Chan is ready as well. All right, so maybe I'll have Cindy stand in the center and Bernard on the other side. So it'd be like this?
yeah.
Yes, perfect. Now, we'll begin with the JUMPSTARTER Aspire 2026 awards. Now, Cindy, please announce the second runner-up. Yes.
Okay, the second runner-up is Safe.
S-Safe.
S-Safe.
Congratulations. All right, come on, don't be shy. Join us on stage with your team. Yes, second runner-up. Congratulations. And Mr. Bernard Chan, please help present the award to them. And please take a photo with Cindy and Bernard and follow the instructions from our lovely, lovely photographers. All right, there we go. All right, please follow their instructions. They know best how to take the best photos. All right, let's hold on to it for one little bit. Just make sure we have everything. Are we good? Oh, there we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Please hold on to those best smiles, and we have video. There we go. All right, congratulations. S-Safe, woohoo. That's our second runner-up. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Please be seated, thank you. Now, Cindy, I need you once again. Now, this is for the first runner-up. Would you please?
Okay, drum rolls. First runner-up for Aspire is Spark Up.
Congratulations! Spark Up! All right, you are our first runner-up. I can hear them cheering in the back already. All right, you guys, I like that energy. Congratulations! You know the drill. Everyone, let's celebrate this beautiful moment with the best picture, and also make sure we have the video by the end. Yes. Are we good? All right, everyone, please display your absolute best smiles. Moment to celebrate. All right, and don't forget the video in the front. All right, wave to the camera. Say yay. All right. Congratulations, Spark Up. Please be seated. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations. All right, Cindy, I need you one more time. Now, this is the moment of truth. The JUMPSTARTER Aspire 2026 winner is
NeuroFlow.
NeuroFlow, where are you? All right. Congratulations. You are the winner. And I love it. Look at the smiles on their faces. So great. All right, everyone just stand in the middle between Cindy and Bernard so we can take the photo. Make sure you're in the middle. This makes the photo look absolutely stunning. All right. Congratulations. And of course, thank you, Mr. Bernard Chan, for helping give the awards. Thank you. And don't forget the video. Don't forget the video. There we go. Congratulations! Give them a big round of applause again. All right, and please be seated. Thank you, thank you. All right, so there's one more. I need both of you. No, still on stage. I need the two of you on stage while I introduce quickly. All right, now we move to the Jumpstarter for One Earth Global Competition. Now this competition drew over 700 submissions. That's a lot. There's more by the year. From more than 60 regions and countries, a truly global showcase of innovation that is for our planet. So Cindy, I need you to announce the winner. However, I think they probably just got it freshly baked from the oven. So can I please have the piece of paper that have the answer that I need? Our lovely staff, can we please hand me the piece of paper so that we can tell Cindy who is the winner? I know it's always a little bit secretive. Frankly, they just actually calculated it. But at this moment, let's give a big round of applause to all of our judges who was helping in this deliberation, who came to this decision. So fresh out of the oven. All right, Cindy, there you go.
So the winner for Jumpstarter for One Earth 2026 is blah 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 blah. Drum roll.
So
is Carbotech.
Carbotech! All right, congratulations! Truly inspiring vision for our planet's future. Congratulations, Carbotech. As I said, this is for the One Earth Global Pitch Competition. They are genuinely an inspiration for the vision for our planet's future. Congratulations! Woo! All right. And also, don't forget the video, but yeah, say hi, say yay, say woo. All right, and I need you guys to stay where you are. Please don't go anywhere. Keep those smiles. Don't go anywhere yet. Can I please invite all of our judges to join us on stage? I want us to take an even bigger group photo with us here. And let me see if I missed anything, because usually in moments when we're, everybody's so happy, gotta make sure we have the right photos. All right, everyone, please follow the instructions from our lovely photographers and make sure we have our photo. All right, let's double check on the standing positions and make sure everyone got everything in place. All right, let me see. It's almost like a wedding picture sometimes. We just have to make sure we have everything good, so please bear with us. Yes, and we have our lovely staff that's going to take care of that. And for everyone on stage, can you double check and see if you got your lanyards? Because it doesn't make the picture look so handsome. So if you have it on your neck, please do take it off so that we can get a good photo of you. The lanyard, take it off, take it off. Yes, 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 yes. Stick it in your back pocket, stick it in your side pocket. There we go. It's all about aesthetics. Got to make sure everyone look great. All right, let's do a few more photos. All right. I love it, love it, love it, love it. All right, let's do the cheers. And let's do one more for the camera, for the video. Let's do it one more time. Yes. All right. Do a thumbs up. Thank you and congratulations. Let's give them a big round of applause one more time. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you, Mr. Bernard Chan, for presenting the awards. Thank you, Ms. Cindy Chow, for announcing our incredible winners. Thank you. And thank you to our panel of judges for all that hard work. And of course, to all of our teams that participated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the reason JumpStarter exists. Your ideas are shaping tomorrow. Everyone, please take your seats. Let's give them a big final round of applause one more time. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, everybody. Woo! All right, just like that, we've reached the end of JumpStarter 2026. That was an incredible journey. Now, over the past 2 days, across multiple stages, we've been sold a lot of pretty bold ideas. We saw some pretty inspiring founders and the power of innovation and action. And of course, to all of our startups, our student teams, our speakers, our judges, our partners, exhibitors, and everyone who joined us today, online, offline, in person, everybody, thank you so much for being such an amazing community. And I think that deserves a round of applause as well. Thank you. Amazing community, we can't ask for more. Now, before we go, we just have one last ask. Your feedback, we'd love to hear from you. It only takes a few seconds. Please let us know what you think about us, how we did, anything more you want to see. If you like your host, if you like your experience, let us know so we can better our events coming ahead. Now, please scan the QR code that is right there for the survey. As I said, doesn't take too long, but it means the world to us. Now, this may be the end of JumpStarter 2026, but hey, for the ideas that are launched here and the connections that's made here, as I say all the time, this is only the beginning. And the celebration is not over yet. We're hosting celebration drinks at the Innovation Arena. That's starting right now. So everyone, please get ready for that. And we warmly invite all the startups, Spire student teams, and all of our speakers, our judges, our partners, and exhibitors, all of you, please join us to celebrate these 2 fantastic days together. It's a great chance to continue the conversations that we had, to make new friends, to make new connections, and also to toast to the innovation as well as the entrepreneurship. I just want to thank you very much once again for being part of JumpStarter 2026. And with that, I want to wrap up by just hoping everyone with me can aim higher, we can jumpstart, and stay determined. We look forward to seeing you again next year. My name is MC Melody Kwan. It's always great to be with you. Thank you for having me. See you next year.